Lineup's looking sick for Zerg. I think they're gonna try and bring it back here.
Hope so.
Let me just look at what happened last week. Let me just look for my own reference. Oh yeah, Zerg is going for top spot right now. Protoss is the flat line. I think they can do it too. Can't hear you right now if you're talking. I'm not sure.
No, I was doing something. What you saying?
Yeah. Zerg is going for the top spot. Hold on, I just need a tissue. Yeah, look at how sick this lineup is. Queen, Sulky, and Action. Oof.
Nice.
But of course, no best Bisu. They're bringing out the S tier lineup. The A team of Protoss chimps.
It's needed. I mean, it's all to play for right now. Like, everyone can take it. Like, it's not been like some of the other seasons where it was like a lot more one-sided for like one or two teams.
Yeah, and then Royal Sharp Light. Good God. Good God. What a lineup.
Yeah, the lineups look pretty sick. Hopefully the games are as good as the lineup.
I believe in Sulky, man. Holy.
He's good. Alright.
He's Gigabrain. Actually, Gigabrain. Especially in ZVT, holy.
Yeah, that's what's in. Yeah, what's up, Bully? Yeah, we're doing well. Thank you for saying. Bully's saying his hopes we're doing well.
Yeah, we're doing good.
I was gonna say. Fuck, I was gonna say something about Sulky.
I love when he plays reactionary and just like figures out what the opponent's doing and counters it.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like that's when he's at his best. Like when he's trying to all in or kill, I don't think he's very like especially spectacular, but he's like really, really impressive when he's just like analyzing what you're doing and he's like, oh, you must have a vulture out on the map or something like, oh, you must be proxying me, and then he goes and finds it. Like, oh shit, man, he's just so good.
Yeah, he's very cerebral when he plays, which actually is you'd assume that everyone at that level like you'd assume that they're very smart players, but the reality is that most of them, maybe not most of them, but a large enough portion of them, yeah, you could argue are like relatively dumb compared to the other pro gamers. You don't necessarily have to be a smart guy to be good at Starcraft, but fucking hell does it help. And rarely you'll get these players that aren't only good with their execution, micro and macro, they actually fucking understand the game on a deeper level. And that's when you get the most beautiful games of StarCraft.
The most epic players.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like there's a fair few pro gamers that like, yeah, they're good players, but they're definitely nowhere near the level of intelligence of someone like, yeah, Soulkey or Hero or someone like that, or Flash or Mines. Like, there's certain players just on a different level mentally.
Right. Like they can hit a build and execute an attack But as soon as things get weird, they're like lost in the woods. Yeah. Out with the lions and tigers and bears. Only a select few will understand that reference. Very, very few.
You should say it during the cast then.
See if I can find the end of this. Right there.
이건 좀 아니잖아. 왜 이렇게 빨리 나오는 느낌을 좀 받을 것 같은데요. 김민철 선수는 오히려 저그? 고마워. 왜냐면 이게 김명훈 선수는 사실 살짝 한 발자국 뒤에서 있을 게 좀 약간 뻔했거든요. 왜냐면 지금 5승고죠. 5승 2패. 이재동 선수와 동률이기 때문에.
It finally got hot pretty quick here in the UK. It was like raining and
Yeah.
cold. Now it's like really hot. Yeah.
일단은 김민철 선수가
What's really hot for UK?
It's not so much the heat; it's the humidity. Unironically, well, I know people say that a lot about weather, but yeah, in the UK especially, it's like always humid as fuck. So even when it's like 20, 25 C, it feels a lot hotter than that. I remember like the other night it was like 4 in the morning, and I noticed like how hot it was at like 4 in the morning. I was like, what the fuck? Like, how did it get so hot all of a sudden? And then I looked at the temperature, and it wasn't even a hot temperature, but the humidity was 91%.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do ya. It's supposed to hit 40 degrees here this week.
That's pretty crazy. We don't get that heat ever. Like 35, 36, 37 is like pretty hottest ever recorded levels of temperatures here.
Right. Yeah, it's been like 37, 38 this whole week too. Pretty crazy. It's like a sauna outside as soon as you step outside, like really dry heat.
Yeah. Right now we're like pretty chilling at like 25, but like 65% humidity. It's like almost uncomfortable. Not quite.
It sounds pretty nice to me.
Yeah, it's just pretty. At the moment, it's pretty enjoyable. I don't think it's going to get much hotter actually. Luckily.
All right. I'm pretty much ready. Let's just do a quick sound check. Make sure that we don't fuck this up.
Make sure you hit record afterwards as well.
Yeah. All right. You want to just say a couple things?
Test. 1, 2, 3. Looking forward to some KCM games with my boy Saiyan SC over here.
That should be good.
You're like Jim Rayner. This should be good.
Okay. Your voice sounds good. It just I feel like it could sound better if I just could figure out some way to get the lossless audio.
It's just so difficult with VoIP, I think. It's challenging.
Yeah. It is challenging. Yeah. Maybe I will have to try doing recording on your end and like stick it all together. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to it, but maybe. Maybe I could get you to like, that would be tough too, is like press play and then, press stop every time we end the cast, and just put labels on the
so it's easier
the different games. So it's easier. I can just stick them in there, and then I all I have to do is, sync them. I don't have to like figure out where the games are.
And you wouldn't have to sync by much because it'd be off by like a few seconds or something. Yeah, for it to like you'd figure out where to go. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, maybe something like that. We just have to be very, what's the word for it? Like, you'd have to remember each time to be like and stop at the end, so we both like always remembered to stop at the same time and shit, that kind of bullshit. But
Right.
As long as
We
you
have to
remember to do
both
it.
hit record at the same time. Yeah.
As long as we both remembered to do it, I think that could work.
Yeah, and I would still keep your voice recorded through OBS on a different channel so that I could delete it and just switch in your audio. And then if you forgot one time, then it wouldn't be a big deal because I would just have your VoIP audio, which
is there any way I can set it so it only records my voice while I'm holding down my push to talk or not?
That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe with your like you would want to do like a. You would be using OBS or what would you be using?
Yeah.
No, you'd be using something else.
Wait, what do you mean?
Or do you? So, when you record on OBS, do you have different separate channels for your voice and for the like sounds that you're picking up?
I just got the mic aux, you know what I mean? Like I got that separate channel for the microphone because of the virtual loop. So I haven't got it set up for like your individual. The output is what I haven't got set up, you know. So I can like put filters on specific, like your voice or whatever. That's the only thing I haven't got set up.
Have you got? Yeah, I think it would be better if you use like some just voice recording software, because like what I would do is I would just record through OBS. And then I would go into video editing software after, and then I would just take out my audio, and then I would just export it as an audio file. But that's pretty complicated. Like if you just have like an audio recorder only, and you just record your audio.
Well, so yeah, like hypothetically, something like Audacity where I'm just recording only an audio file to send you. The only if I can't figure out push to talk, maybe there's a way I can bind it to be like push to unmute, where it's like by default my microphone's muted and it's set up so that when I push a key, my microphone is live. Maybe that'd be a way of getting around that. If I can't do a push to talk thing for the recording, I could maybe figure out a way of setting it up myself through like push to unmute instead of push to talk.
Right. Yeah. There must be a way. There must be a way. Anyway, we'll think about it next time because we're not going to do it this time.
Yeah. But it's a good spitballing for ideas.
Sure. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, boy.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the KCM. It's time for week 6. Feels like it's been a little while, but we're here once again with a great lineup. An awesome set of games is to come. Here's game number 1. We've got Snow versus Soulkey. Wow, setting out Soulkey first, kind of crazy.
Yeah, Soulkey's very good as well. And the lineup is looking absolutely monstrous from all 3 sides. I think all 3 teams have woken up in the dugouts and realized that everything's still to play for in this season. And every single one of them is a contender for that seed into the finals. And now we see some A-team lineups from every single squad. Royal Sharp Light, absolutely monstrous. Snow Best Bisu, that's pretty much the best squad you can put out for Protoss. And Queen, Soulkey, Action. This is a squad I've been wanting to see for a while.
Yeah, Queen has been showing up really, really well lately. I've been enjoying his play quite a bit. You're totally right that everybody is in the running for this season now. It's very close. We haven't had a super close season like this for a while.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we were just talking a little bit about it off script just a moment ago, and it's kind of fascinating how this particular season of KCM has been absolutely wild, and the points represent that, I think, because in the other seasons we had a lot more flat lines and teams just kind of like relegating themselves to that semi-final playoffs, and this season everything's been like going kind of crazy. The games have been really intense, very tempo-y and back and forth, and now it seems like, yeah, everyone's like waking up, and I don't know if it's like things like, you know, Flash is back in the scene and like everyone's got a fire lit under their asses all of a sudden, or there's a few other things that factor. But yeah, for whatever reason, we've got an absolute banger of a season of KCM, and seems like all the teams are really up for it.
The new announcement for PSL as well should be giving these players a little bit more motivation. That qualifier is actually coming up really soon here in July for that brand new tournament. If you haven't heard about it, there's an announcement on my channel just barely not blocking that. Snow opens with the Forge Fast Expand and not quite able to stop this hatchery from going down off the overpool.
Yeah, it's wild to think about that. If Sulky was even just a tiny bit off in his mineral optimizations, he might not have gotten that hatchery down. It's very, very interesting to think about. He might get this drone. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. He's doing a good job now of buying some time with the extra drone before the links come out. Does lose him a mineral cycle worth of minerals, but happy price to pay to keep that drone alive. And now we got the first 4 lings out. I would say 4 lings kind of makes it seem like Sulky wants to be maybe a little bit sneaky this game. Like he really wants to kill this probe, despite knowing that it's probably not going to be a gateway opening. So usually when you make 4 lings this early, you want to catch this probe because you don't usually need 4 lings right away. It's going to be some time before the Zealot gets out. Usually by about 19 supply, you want to start going up to like 6 Zerglings from your initial 2.
Sulky is one of those players that I never really worry too much about him making early lings. Like sometimes he does overcommit, he has like way too many and gets himself into a bad spot, but usually he manages to utilize his lings better than any other Zerg player, like especially in Zerg versus Terran, not in this matchup, but he is able to, crush Marine Medic balls out on the map, that type of thing, where other Zerg players just would end up wasting their lings. He seems to always make them worthwhile.
Yeah, and he's such a good macro player that as long as he doesn't get slowed down too much, he usually does have such a great mid and late game performance, and he's not afraid to make small sacrifices in the early game to ensure that he gets there. And this style is very popular with even players like Zealot actually opening 4 ling. If you're not drone scouting, you've got just a little bit extra minerals to squeeze out that extra pair of Zergling, so it's not too much of a dent in your economy to invest in it anyway. And being able to chase down this scouting probe and obfuscate your build order choice is really important in ZVP, so it's pretty worth it.
Yeah, he's going to be going for some sort of Hydralisk bust here. He's caught the probe on the left-hand side. He's not allowing it to get in. It's cycling over and over and over again, snow checking to see if there's a lapse in attention from Sulky, but none has been found thus far. 2 Zealots are out on the map. He would really like to come in. If he senses that the lings are out of position, he'll try to come across this map and get some scouting information. But you know what? He actually sends the Zealots back home. I think he walked up the ramp in view of the Overlord just to make it look like he was coming to try and force extra lings, but now he's back home in the wall. And there are quite a bit of lings that have been produced, but this is fine for Sulky. These lings are going to be very useful for the following Hydralisk bust.
Yeah, and Sulky's trying to like represent that he's doing like a very standard, like go into like a fast tech build, and he's just making these initial speedlings to like deal with any kind of Zealot pressure, because right now you have 3 Zealots, so he wants to have at least like 10, 12 Zerglings just to make sure that you can't come out and just kill drones for free. So it's not super crazy that he's making these lings from Snow's perspective either, and the fact that the cannon is actually like pretty close to the wall like this, you don't even necessarily need Hydra speed to bust. You can just go with Hydra range to bust, sorry. You just need to go in with the Hydras to shoot over the wall while the lings soak up the Zealots. So you can do a more like ling heavy Hydra bust. And he's making it look he's just got like 1 or 2 Hydras chilling to defend against this Corsair to kind of obfuscate things a little bit, just for a few extra precious seconds as he starts to rally these units across battle. Now, will he commit to this or will he not? So far, I don't see any additional drones popping out, but he's got the like bare minimal amount of units right now. I think he actually will commit to this and just use the lings to soak up and then use a few speed Hydras to pick off the cannon.
The extra cannons are finishing up now. 3 cannons in the back line. Those are a little bit harder to reach with the Hydras without range, but they can hit this the Forge here in the front, and then we'll get to work on that. He should be able to pick that off before +1 is done, and re-droning up behind this. Sulky not going to commit to this attack. Just take the Forge and maybe the Gateway and then back off. That's most likely the plan we're going to see.
Yeah. Yeah, Snow's really respecting the chance of Sulky just coming in here with the Ling Hydra, and he does have to do that. You can't just make 2-3 cannons against this. He'll just run in and kill everything if he commits to the attack. So, very wise response from Snow, but it is now going to slow him down a lot. And this fake hatch free hatch Hydra has, I would say, been pretty successful. Like, even if he loses like one Overlord here, it's not the end of the world. So yeah, I would say, all things considered, like Sulky's looking great in this early game.
It looks like 1, maybe 2 Overlords goes down. Good targeting here by Sulky. He's really trying to get one of these. Getting it very, very low. Can he actually pick that off? No! Wow, very well done here by Snow. 3 kills on that one Corsair. It's very annoying while you're trying to make this transition back into drones in production.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually pretty good for Snow. That's enough compensation that he's not just, like, feeling sour about the early game completely. Like, if you only got 1 Overlord kill for that, then you feel pretty salty. But now that he's got something, a little bit of a supply block, it's some wind in the sails for him to work with. He's going to be soft-contained for the time being. Sulky may even consider doing, like, a... I don't think he might actually just go for it right now. He wants to put on some pressure and see if he can get some good trades. At least force off probes off the line, trade off some of these Zerglings that he might not be able to utilize later as well. But I'm not sure that's going to be too fruitful. Meanwhile, back at home, losing some of these critical overlords. So Sulky, if he wants to continue this, has to commit to a bust. But I don't think he should. And I would say this isn't the best of choices from Sulky at the moment.
Unfortunately, he only left 1 Hydralisk back at home, so he was still losing Overlords during this, and he can't really produce much right now. He wants to be droning and getting into a better position, but he's sending a few more Hydras across the map. It's not enough to bust Snow wide open, and it's not drones back at home. So I don't really understand where Sulky's going with this. Is he actually just going to try and break through before 9 minutes? It's kind of looking like it now. There's only 4 cannons. But that's a lot of Zealots, and we've got plenty of gateways to keep reproducing this. With speed finish, can he actually do it?
Yeah, I mean, Storm is just about to start coming online, but right now is pure Zealot cannon, and there is a bit of a critical mass of Hydras now starting within position. Some Zerglings as well being made to rally across the map a little bit faster to come in and see if he can bust his position over. And there's a lot of Zealots and probes coming off the line to drill back against these Hydras as well, and there's not enough surface area for the Hydras to get on top of these cannons at the time being. The most they can hope for is whittling down the Zealot count and then going in for round 2, but there's still enough cannons left over without a strong enough Hydra threat that now the High Templars are going to come online. It's still going to be like a good 20 or so seconds before the Storms actually have enough energy to storm, but yeah, I think he's held. I think we're going to go to the mid game now. I don't think Sulky's going to be able to kill him.
Question is, did Sulky kill enough probes during that fight? He did pick off, like, I would say 5 to 6 probes, but it really doesn't feel like it's quite enough damage for the amount of commitment that he put into that attack. All the drones that he didn't build back at home, all the overlords that he lost while the fighting was going on. He is not quite set up in every base with good Sim City just yet, and now the Zealots are out on the map. They're going to start hitting random locations and pulling Sulky apart. Let's see if he's got the metal here to challenge these Zealots.
Well, I think
he's stopped him from dealing big damage. Go ahead.
I think he's going to buy time for Mutalisks here. I think he's just going to, like, consider an Ogre Zerg type play in the sense, but not in the sense of trying to kill Snow, but just maybe to get enough Mutas to snipe the High Templars and bully back these Zealots. But the beautiful timing from these Zealots come in just as the Hydras rotate out from this south left base here. So now he's going to get a lot of damage onto the drones, and as the Hydras coming back in, aren't going to trade super well either. So this is great damage from Snow. Like, a lot of lost mining time, and he killed some drones, and he's getting pretty good trades against the units as well. But I think Sulky has identified that there's not a lot of Corsairs out. Only 2 Corsairs are alive and no more in production. So now that he's switched into the Spy, if he got up, like, say, 10 Mutas and started just running in and sniping all these High Templars, he could just mow him down with Hydras afterwards.
Yeah, if he has a bunch of Scourge popping at the same time, he could just go for the main base as well. Yeah. There's nothing in there. There's no cannons. And then if he just controls the Stargate, he could go for that as a win condition. Now, picking off the DT before it even gets in here, this is a nice move, but that's completely revealed the strategy from Sulky. All of these Mutalisks are now a known threat, and cannons are going to start going up en masse in the main base. He may start making an Archon as well. Running back home right now, but the Templars are badly exposed. If Sulky knew about them right there, I think he'd go right after them. Nice storms on these advancing Mutas is going to soften them up a little bit, but it doesn't do very much, and there's not enough Scourge to take this fight. One of them goes down already. Nice storm there to pick off those Scourge. I don't think he can actually fight this. There's still two Sares and some storms to help out. He will be pushed back.
Yeah, just enough neutron flares landed on those Mutas to soften them up as well. Usually like 6 Mutas would beat 2 Corsairs, but when they're that low HP, the Corsairs would have a field day with them. So yeah, Snow has weathered the storm right now, and there was a moment there where he was at risk of losing a lot of his High Templars to those Mutas because they were just completely out of position. He bought a little bit of time by running his Zealots down to soak up some shots and bait them into targeting the Zealots instead, and those few precious seconds has kind of paid off a little bit for him here. He's going to come back into the main base. There's a couple of Scourge to zone out the Corsairs here. I don't think he's going to get more than just a couple of Dragoon kills, maybe a couple of probe kills. But if the Scourge was able to connect on these Corsairs, then I think he would continue to come into the main base and be annoying, because he's not finding anything like being able to catch a Corsair here or there. I think he's going to have to abandon these efforts and just go into like super mid to late game macro mode.
That's where I like to see Sulky play from, that macro mode. He's so scary with it. He's actually got a little bit of a group of units in the top left-hand corner controlling, making sure that there's not another base coming up, but he is probably going to try and break this base right now. 4th base is on the way on Sulky's side, so he does have a future plan. He has a follow-up if this doesn't work, but he's trying to break open this base. He actually turns around and heads back home now. More Mutas are being made. What is going on with Sulky?
Yeah, I don't think he's like committed to breaking it. I think he's just literally probing for weaknesses because he has baited out a lot of storms from Snow. So he knows there was a chance that maybe that position was a little bit weaker than usual. But I think he's identified that it's not safe to attack into that position. He's going to instead just keep going back into the main base, kind of like a way of an Ogre Zerg still, even though there's not a lot of Corsair, not a lot of Scourge to catch these Corsairs. There's still quite a sizable Muta stack here, and the Corsair are in low enough number for the time being that the Mutas aren't too scared to run in there here and there. But eventually those Mutas are going to want to like wait and, you know, kind of sit back and wait for more Scourge support, because as he keeps adding on more and more Corsairs, the threat of the Mutas will diminish. However, also Snow inversely isn't too comfortable with the fact that he's got to keep dumping in extra gas into these Corsairs. It really does cut into his Dragoon and Templar production as well.
Well, with that 3rd gas coming online, Snow is going to have plenty of resources to continue this fight. His 4th base, though, is a question. Where is he going to be able to take that? Very mobile army we have right now from Sulky. No lurkers available. He is just going pure Hydralisk and hoping to snipe a bunch of the Templars in this upcoming fight. That's quite a bit of Corsairs, though, now.
Yep.
They will be able to push back the Mutas very, very quickly.
Yeah, he's got 2/2 upgrades on this ground army as well, due to making the upgrades relatively close together. So pretty strong army right now. I think Sulky's just on like pretty standard like +2 weapon attack upgrade right now. Hasn't even yet made the Hive, despite identifying the fact that we have this 3rd base online for Snow. So seems like he's kind of content to stay Battle Zerg for a little bit here. But yeah, eventually he's going to start making this Hive in just a few moments. But he's going to be very reliant on these Lurkers and Hydras to get something done when the battles start to occur, because his tech is going to be relatively quite a lot later than Snow's, and that might come back to haunt him in a few minutes' time.
This big ball of Protoss moving through the middle of the map is really scary right now. There's a lot of storms available. It's kind of covering for this 4th base, which is going to be taken at the mineral only. Sulky's not expecting that. He's continuing to send Lings up to the top left just to make sure that that extra base doesn't get online for free, which is a great move by him, but Snow's not going to worry about that for now. He's just going to focus on the push and trading effectively here in the middle of the map. Picking off groups of Lings is amazing, and, you know, casting storms on groups of Lurkers and Hydras is what he's looking for.
Yeah.
Mutas, are they just going to dive like into the main or something? What is he going to do with these while the Corsairs are on the other side of the map? Here they come. They're actually coming back. The Corsairs are coming back. The Scourge are ready, though. Can he get some good connections here? Moving shot is good from Snow, dealing a lot of damage to these Mutas. There's the Scourge, but all the Mutas are dead. Okay, there's 6 Mutas left, but they're all going to die to 1 Corsair. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. It's like we were saying about just a moment ago. Like once the mutas are softened up, even just a couple of Corsairs, like are so much more dangerous to those Mutalisks. And yeah, that one observer being there kind of gave Snow just barely enough reaction time to not take too many losses as well. But eventually did lose pretty much the entirety of his Corsair fleet. So now Sulky's got a choice. Okay, do I want to keep trying to see if I can get away with some Muta shenanigans, or do I want to just, like, you know, consider the fact that you got too many Dragoons now, or like how does Sulky want to play from this position? Because I don't think Snow wants to make any more Corsairs, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a good question. Are we going to go back into Mutalisk here? It would be a bit of a gamble, but it could be the gamble that pays off and helps him to win this game. This is a great defensive position here on the high ground, but there are so many storms available for Snow right now. He's just storming every single thing that comes up here onto the high ground, and you can bet he's going to be storming these big groups of lurkers that just burrowed up on top of each other. He goes for the storm, but a great split from Sulky, keeping a lot of those alive. Cannot storm through the sunken, so he's actually got to get a little bit closer here. So many storms, man.
Yeah.
That's like 10 storms, 12 storms that just got laid down there, but Sulky still has more coming out. Looks like he did make one Muta at least, but that's just going to get thrown in. He is in a bit of a panic mode right now as he tries to pull everything together and brings in a big, wide flank here on the left-hand side. I think that Snow will break that flank, but he's running low on storms. He's casted so many at this point that it's just a matter of time before Sulky can start to make some progress.
Yeah, it's so hard to like set up these counter like pincer maneuvers from Zerg. Once you unburrow and reburrow your lurkers, they're usually stacked and makes it that much easier for the Protoss player to storm your units into oblivion. That's kind of what we saw a little bit there. I mean, Sulky's just barely got enough that he might start cleaning up this army, which is a pretty big deal. He's cutting off the head of the dragon. If he stops this from rejoining with any additional forces, it will maybe keep the Protoss infantry weak enough that he can't just keep coming out onto the map in a big way and give Sulky a bit more life into this late game here. And I think Snow's just going to be content to just, like, you know, expand again and macro up. But I think now that Defiler tech is out, and if Plague starts to become a thing again, I think Sulky's doing just fine here. It's just he's got to weather the storm, make sure he doesn't take any damage right now. I think the Protoss army is now small enough that he's pretty comfortable, though.
Yeah, that was beautifully done by Sulky. Absolutely fantastic the way he was able to bring those units from different angles to clear out that army. Now, cannons warping in here. We've got cracklings hitting this nexus. Can he actually pick it off? It's so close. He's killing a lot of probes regardless. The army is actually making its way back, so I think Snow will save it. Great snipe there on the Templar as well. Just like I was talking about earlier, Sulky's so good with just small groups of lings. He always seems to make them way more valuable than anyone else, any other Zerg player.
Yeah, you usually don't see it. If you can, like, snipe just 1 or 2 High Templars here and there with a few Zerglings, that's crazy value. Training out, like, your mineral units for gas is just, like, so valuable for Zerg. And it's so difficult to do as well. So it's really impressive to see a macro player able to keep up with this level of, like, you know, task switching. And against, like, someone like Snow, it's extremely impressive, Sam.
What do we have for upgrades? 1-1 is done on these Zerglings, so they're still quite a ways behind the Protoss army, which is now 3-3.
Yeah.
Means that the Lings are not going to trade very well, but we are about to have Defilers on the field pretty soon.
Well, that's kind of pretty much how ZVP goes. I mean, the Lings don't really become online until the Plague even becomes a thing. Even with Adrenal Glands, which they already have right now. Like, yeah, the upgrades are usually slower and behind the Protoss player. And with the Plague, though, being able to shred through that high armor HP health pools, the shields don't really stack up against that because there's no upgrades on those. So you will just shred through this Protoss army if you can get 1 or 2 Plagues on it. So far, just relegating himself to throwing down some Dark Swarms until that tech comes online. So just so we can survive and maintain the game state right now. He's got control over this, like, center of the board, which is very necessary for Sulky, because he doesn't want a repeat of what we saw earlier, where we let the Protoss player come up to our Sim City and be able to storm us where our units are clumped up at the rally points. It's just not a good place to be in a Zerg. So instead, he's keeping the pressure on with some Ling counterattacks and keeping this big, like, spread of units out in the center of the board to prevent Snow from coming in on these, like, tight vectors of attack and exploiting the geometry of the map.
We should have Plague just about finished now. Dark Swarms are coming down to keep Snow back for now. But Snow is getting close to this rally point, and he's trying to move around the left-hand side of this. He's just trading with his Storms and his... Oh, there's the Plague. Very nicely done there on the back line. Getting a bunch of the Zealots back there. And the Dragoons as well. It looks like he's just trying to get up on top of this high ground. A lot of the storms have been used, but this is exactly what Snow wants, is to utilize the storms, kill a whole bunch of units, and then back away and let those storms regenerate.
Yeah, that's basically like how Protoss fight against Zerg 101. You don't even necessarily need to like commit to killing the Zerg. It's great if you can like sit on top of the production line and just kill units as they're being made, but generally speaking, you're just looking to skirmish, engage, storm, and run out. That's like, you know, basically how Protoss want to operate, and they never want to like lose the head of the dragon. They want to keep the dragon strong as possible, so you'll just see them rejoining with the army over and over again and making it a bigger and bigger death ball, utilizing the Dragoons as siege tanks to try and snipe the lurkers that are out of position and to provide some better bodyguarding for these critical High Templar units so they can get off their Sonic Storms.
Now, I don't think that Sulky wants to push up to the center left. He wants to deny it from Snow, but he's trying to take the island on the right-hand side at the moment. He's got drones over there mining up those minerals, and eventually will be putting down hatches. He's pushing forward here to try and get some more plagues, but this doesn't feel to me like a full commitment to try and take center left. He really just wants to hold the center of the map on the left-hand side and get these island bases up and operational as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but Sulky will definitely try and take this high ground position. It's just going to be a challenge for him to do so. It's a much harder, wider area to worry about if he can't already get set up onto that high ground with lots of lurkers and what have you. And he doesn't want to spread himself too thinly before it's time. But ideally, this is the thing that Sulky wants to play for. These bases are on the right are just like his insurance policy, just to not, like, you know, lose the game purely based on economics. But really, the game is coming down to whether or not he lets Snow get this base on the 9 o'clock position. Because if Snow can take that, it's pretty much game over, maybe, for Sulky, and he knows that's a possibility. Whereas if Sulky can stop Snow from taking this, and then at some point take it himself, he can win a war of attrition with Snow, which is like a much better game state for Super League game.
Now, I'm really surprised to see Snow has his Dark Archon in the main base. I thought that he was going to be bringing that out, really a moment of brilliance of just bringing that to the front and starting to feed back these Defilers before they can get their plagues off, but instead he's got it kind of chilling in the main, maybe waiting for a drop or something like that.
I think
expecting that play.
I think a drop, but also just the possibility of like even just like a few muters coming in and being annoying and like say killing High Templars when they're popping out of gateways. And he never wants to make a single Corsair ever again. So it's like, I'm just going to keep you chilling there as like a little bit of an insurance policy. Maelstrom a drop, Maelstrom any muters, and yeah, just kind of buy himself any time against any shenanigans just because he doesn't want to dump any gas into Corsairs right now.
Well, he's eating a lot of plagues, and the Defilers are getting a ton of value by throwing down spells over and over again. So a little bit unfortunate he doesn't have that Dark Archon here to try and counter that. It is difficult to use, of course. All the different spells that you're already juggling as the Protoss player makes that a little bit difficult to pull off, but I think that that would be the X factor that could maybe help Snow to take the center left. He's trying to get the base up now, but Snow is taking some great trades with all the plagues and Dark Storms he's throwing down.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty... Even though the supplies are, like, maxed out for Snow and, like, only 140 for Sulky, this is actually a pretty healthy game, all things considered. I mean, and Plague will be the deciding factor in these engagements, and Snow is just now starting to add shield upgrades as well. So even with the Plagued units, there'll be a little bit of damage mitigation on those shield hit points. They won't just get completely obliterated, but, I mean, we got 3-2 on these Cracklings already. So even with Plague right now, these units will die exceedingly quick, and now with some Nidus canals set up so we can start drone transferring around to those island pocket expansions, Sulky's going to come online in a big way. The only problem is that he's been unable to shut Snow out from taking this base at 9 o'clock. So he has kind of put himself in a bit of a precarious situation, because there'll be a lot of jostling for position over this island expansion on the left hand side, which Sulky won't really be able to take unless he's winning the game. And that's going to be really tough, because he can just get stormed into oblivion if he does end up taking that. So a little bit concerned for Sulky in the super late game state. He needs to start trading really well right now and start crushing this army of Snow.
Yeah, the Cracklings are doing a great job now with those evened out upgrades, killing off Dragoons so quickly. Zealots as well. Zealots are not able to two-hit anymore, these Cracklings, with that 3 armor, so they will be trading so much better here. Yeah. This is the moment for Sulky to start to push through. He's really trying hard with the Cheeto Dust to just break these positions, but Snow's doing a great job of moving forward when he can, storming when he needs to, and then backing up when the trades are unfavorable, when the storm cloud is right in front of him. He's just doing such a great job of trading out every single time here. It's pretty impressive, and he will lose quite a bit of zealots there. The Archon number is just getting so high, though. Look at how many Archons are in this.
I mean, it kind of has to be done, though. I mean, like, eventually Zealots become less and less relevant, and now we've got the upgrades at 3 for Zerg. Yeah, you just don't trade well with Zealots anymore. You might make a few to soak up a little bit of damage, but the majority of units will be into this sort of Dragoon, Archon, Templar style, and then eventually adding on Reavers to both defend and have some ways of assaulting this island base in a little bit here. And Sulky's really pushing the issue up here, but now these clumped up lurkers are going to get stormed, unfortunately. Like, he thought there was no more storm available here, and he was going to try and like wedge in between this expansion and open up the position a bit more, but there's just so much left in reserve for Snow in terms of utility that he's able to keep storming these packs of units to death. And Sulky really wants to come in here and open his position up before Reavers start to be made here, and that's too late now. Reavers are going to start popping out here, and beautiful Plague, though. That's a monster of a Plague. If Sulky can just keep plaguing this army into oblivion, he might still have a chance. The problem is that Plague will also have a little bit less value the more that time progresses, because Plague's not so good against Archons and Reavers and stuff compared to just like pure, like, you know, Zealot, Goon, Templar. So yeah, like at the moment Sulky's doing pretty good, but this could spiral out of control if he's not able to do something soon.
This Ling pack is hilarious. It was waiting on the top center for so long, and it finally comes in now at 3-3, becoming a lot more of a threat, but it's not going to be able to break the base. It's not going to be able to kill that assimilator either. Sulky is having a hard time making any progress, and like you said, the battle for center right is going to be very difficult for Sulky. He would much rather keep all the attention on the left-hand side here, and not deal with, you know, storm drops and storms over the walls to his drones, which is going to happen a little bit later on if he doesn't crack the space.
Yeah, this is the weird situation we're going to find ourselves in, because even though Sulky's got this sort of like island base, so he's got an extra base to add to his retinue later on, it doesn't really matter. You kind of need to be one base ahead of the Protoss anyway. So in these split map positions, you kind of need to leverage that additional base into stopping them from getting one as well. So it's going to be rough for him having to defend against that. And I think Snow's banking on being able to win that way later on. That's why he's just comfortable just trading into death right now. He made quite a few Zealots, but now the army's a little bit out of position and starting to get mowed down by Sulky. The units on the left getting flanked. So, it looks like Snow's trying to get some compensation by diving into the mineral line. If he can maybe kill some drones or something, maybe that will compensate for losing a pretty sizable chunk of his army, to be honest. It's 160 supplied to 136 right now. Actually, the smallest of a gap that we've had in supplies for quite some time. If Sulky can gobble up this army and get back out on the map again, maybe there's a lot more hope for him in this game.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy by Snow. He just sent everything in and lost his entire Archon army. He is remaxing on a lot of Reavers and Templar, which is amazing for his composition, but yeah, that was a serious loss. So much went down there, and there's an opportunity now for Sulky to break into the center left and actually take over the space. There's really not much here for Snow, aside from the Reavers, which are very powerful, but are easily popped when the Plague is placed down on them earlier.
Yeah, the strength of the Protoss is in having such a strong death pool to field, and now that it's in this small like piecemeal formations, it's much easier to gobble up by Zerg, even with just a handful of units. So these nice plagues coming down the Reavers are like the kind of things that will spell the end for Snow, because at the moment he looks like he's got a lot right now, but he's actually like mined out on 3 bases, and he's not got a lot of gas coming in right now. So Sulky can get in here and kill some of these critical Reaver units is going to be huge. Snow can't produce endlessly. This is basically a battle of attrition right now, and if Sulky's doing better on the trades for the time being, if he can keep trading like this and keep the army of Snow small enough, it's going to be a really rough spot for Snow.
I would be remiss not to mention the ASL semifinals on this map, or when the two of these players battled it out on this map. It's turning into one of those great battles once again, one of those amazing Blitz Y battles of attrition that we've seen before. Now trying to get on top of this Reaver. It's got 11 kills and only 2 HP. Oh my goodness. One more hit from one Zergling. He's just going to go for it, throwing in a few more Lings just to ensure that kill. The Defiler over here on the left-hand side will get another plague on some more of these Reavers. That one's already been plagued. 2 more Reavers are in the back, though. Really needs to get a plague on those as well if he wants to break the space.
Yeah, I mean, this is buying valuable time for Soki to get this other expansion online. If he can start mining for free without worrying about being stormed while mining, that's also very comfortable for Soki. Like we were saying earlier, if he keeps all the attention diverted to this left-hand flank, that's going to be great for Soki going forward, but he needs to keep winning. As soon as he starts losing, it's going to be rough for him. Like, he needs to keep the advantage while he's got it. He's throwing down beautiful plagues. The Dark Archons now finally come down from the main base to help out a little bit. All hands on deck. Every little piece of utility will be required to try and finesse this. Now with feedback available, we can start sniping some of these critical Defilers and preventing them from just coming in and playing for free each time.
It's so important to start doing this feedback action.
Yeah.
It's insanely good because you have to remember that Defilers take time to come out, and if you don't have a Defiler ready, you could just be broken at any of these positions. All of a sudden, the Protoss player will just break through without Darkstorm available. Nice snipe on that shuttle. I'm not sure if there was a Reaver in there. I don't think there was, but that's some critical movement speed that's been removed from those Reavers. It's preventing them from getting into good positions to actually skirmish with this army, and Snow's kind of at the mercy of Sulky right now. When does he want to jump in? It's completely up to Sulky when he wants to take this fight, and he is getting prepared. He's gathering up his forces. He's only got 141 supply, but he's just about ready, I think, to try another attempt on this base. He's bringing everything together, and he's going to try and break that position. It's all going to come down to this. Can Snow hold?
Yeah, he's got just a massive amount of army to leverage right now, but it's really tough to leverage it against the Protoss player. He needs to be careful, not just send it all in on attack move and get stormed to death. So Sulky's going to try and push up a little bit more to the north first, so he can wrap around and set up a massive concave here to swallow up this army from all angles. And that's probably the best way of dealing with this, and also keeping his units as spread as possible. He's whittling down like some few critical units of Snow before going in here, which is very important to do. And he's also cutting off the retreat right now. Sorry, the reinforcements from Snow right now as well, stopping this army from joining. But he's going to the north with this Ling. I think, is he going to go to the top left and try and kill this gas to deny some gas mining here, or is he just trying to keep the army back? I'm really confused by Sulky's putting Lings up here at the north.
He might be able to get in there on the top left and possibly snipe the Nexus. It's potentially viable, but with the army of Snow coming up here to just deal with that, doesn't really end up being a great trade. The Dark Archon being so helpful in these fights, like right as he wants to pull the trigger, he wants to come forward here, throw down the Plagues and the Dark Swarms. Snow keeps dropping feedbacks and actually killing off these Defilers. There's another one. He's just about ready to go in for a big attack, and that just completely resets his momentum every single time that happens.
Yeah, feedback is such a strong spell, guys. It only costs 50 energy, has a long range, and your Dark Archon moves faster than Defiler. Defiler only has base speed 4, so as long as you're reacting fast enough, you can keep killing them, and as long as there's enough energy on the Defiler to kill it, say 100 plus energy, it'll die every time, and if they want to Plague, you better believe it's got more than 100 energy. So yeah, great use of spell from Snow. If you can keep on top of things and keep whittling down this force of Sulky as he tries to come up here, I think, yes, he might just have enough to do it, despite the fact that Sulky's mining for free at this base with no pressure right now at 3 o'clock.
Great storm there, hitting 3 lurkers once again. He's gonna go ahead and consume, and as he comes forward, are we gonna get the feedback again? No feedback this time, but he has the energy to do so, and every time he comes forward, there's an opportunity to feedback. There it is. He does it again. He gets the Dark Swarm on top of everything, though. It's very close to the entrance to this base, but there's so many Reavers here. It's so hard to break through. Sulky is playing a great attacking game. Like, he's really putting on a lot of pressure here, like you said, taking away the attention of Snow from the center right, but Snow is just playing an excellent defense. Like, every single time Sulky tries to come forward, he's constantly shutting him down. Do we need something else? Do we need like a drop into the main or something? What can we do here, Sulky, to pull the attention away for Snow?
I think maybe some. Oh, here comes the pressure onto this base that we were talking about. It's really annoying when you have to start dealing with this because it doesn't cost the Protoss a lot of resources to come down here and start storming over the wall and what have you. And now Sulky's going to be distracted on two fronts, allowing Snow to push out and start opening up this position and punishing the weakness of Sulky. Sulky's trying to get some counter going though. He swallows up this army with some very fast Zerglings to prevent them from retreating. Will clear up the majority of these Archons, so it's actually a pretty reasonable trade for Sulky, but he was trading at a bit of a deficit leading up to this, so it's not as good as he would like it to be. He's now starting to dry up minerals right now. He's only mining from this base over here, so now, like I was saying earlier, we've got this weird war of attrition style where Snow's been able to mine on this 9 o'clock base more or less unimpeded, and Sulky's only barely even with him in terms of what economy he's got provided to him, because he can mine gas indefinitely. He's getting 75 gas a minute per all depleted geysers. So as long as Snow just doesn't die, he can make Templars infinitely.
And just keep making Templar, and that means infinite Archons. That's what he needs to deal with the majority Ling armies that Sulky is able to field at this point in the game. It's really starting to dry up everywhere, and every single time he kills one of these Defilers, it's such a big setback for Sulky. He's got some gas remaining, but not very much, and having to keep on making Defilers that consume units to use energy, which he can't even use because the feedback came through and just killed the Defiler before it gets its spell off. I mean, it's so difficult to deal with, and he gets a great plague here. He might be able to push this back, but good storms getting thrown down. Dark Swarm comes out on these Lurker Eggs, but Lurker Eggs just going to be stormed absolutely to death. I think that Snow may have done it here. He's broken the middle. There it is. Snow does it. He's not able to take it down on Blitz Y during the ASL, but he gets his revenge here in KCM. Absolutely fantastic game from him.
이거보다 못 잘해요. 예, 그냥 이게 그냥 끝이라고 보시면 돼요.
Ooh.
Man, like I've said for a long time that Dark Archon feedback is like how you deal with late game Zerg, and it's so refreshing to actually see people start to do it more and actually like utilize things like feedback and Maelstrom a lot more. Like, there's been a few people in the scene that have talked about it for a long time. Tasteless himself used to talk a lot about Dark Archons, just for their like anti-muter properties, but yeah, even late game they're so fucking good, man.
Yeah, they're insanely good. It takes so much effort to pull your entire Zerg army together, and send it in against the Protoss force, and you need spells to beat them. So they just, if they can just point and click and remove all of your spellcasters, it makes it so hard to, like, you have to reset, you have to start all over, you have to pull back, get another Defiler out, consume, get it ready, and then go in again. And if they've still got energy, it's only 50.
Right.
They just point, click, take it out, and your army just can't beat it without the spells. It's crazy.
I mean, at one point, Sulky was trying to bait the feedback by running in the Defiler with low energy, and then but then he didn't feedback, and he ran out, consumed the Lings to actually plague, ran in, and then got feedbacked.
Yeah,
that's so rough.
You could see Snow watching him consume, and like as he's consuming, he runs forward with the Archon and just kills it instantly.
Oh man, it's brutal. If you've got the attention span, it's crazy how good those units are. Like, whoa. Yeah,
well, if you're just playing completely defensive, you can be a lot, you can be everywhere a lot easier. Just sitting back and watching what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, it was a good plan by Snow. I actually didn't think it was going to work out. Him just sitting there, like, I'm just going to take center left, and then I'll win. It's like, okay, but he gets 3 bases on the right-hand side. Are you still going to be okay with that? Well, that's not that much money. It's not that much money.
Well, to be fair, the minerals on the right aren't like, it's not like a full 2 bases, you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit dry compared to some bases. So, yeah, I mean, I would say it's more even. Like Sulky having the right and him having the left, it's still fairly even in terms of economy. It's just a matter of who's trading well. But the problem is that I actually feel like the reason that strategy works so well for Protoss is because the onus is usually on the Zerg, because of the fact that Protoss can make Templars infinitely. There's no pressure on the Protoss to make any progress, whereas there is pressure on the Zerg to keep trading well. Because if at any point they stop trading well, the Protoss will run away with the game because of that infinite gas income.
Right. It's unfair. It's not fair.
Well, there's a lot of things that are lopsided balance-wise in StarCraft. It's like lots of things are OP, but that's why the game is good, because like you're not gonna. It's not like most games, they like nerf things and then nerf them again, and and it makes the balance all screwy. But in StarCraft, it's like there's things that are OP, but everyone's got shit that's OP. That's why it's more balanced, because everyone has access to things that are OP at certain points in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to do, but when things go wrong and like, oh, my units don't listen to me, it's like, well, that your opponent's units aren't listening to them either. So if you can like just accept it is what it is, and play knowing that your opponent is under the same difficulties as you, then you can do well. But if you're like worried all the time about imbalance or whatever, you're not going to be able to improve.
Yeah, I think that's a hindrance to a lot of people when they get caught up into like blaming the balance of their game rather than just analyzing what they did wrong in their build or execution or something. Because then it just distracts and deflects away from your own growth and improvement, right? It's like an overall net loss.
Well, we're all guilty of it at some point.
True.
But that's the goal, right? That's the ideal, just to be completely zen about it and just go like, okay, we're all under the same pressures.
Yeah,
let's just go.
And it's not like everyone's going to be able to do that perfectly, but just striving to be able to do that more, I think, is the key. Because no one's perfect, right?
No one's perfect. All right, wow, we're on game number 2. That was a wild first game. Holy.
Yeah, man. I want to quickly grab another drink, actually.
Go ahead. That was like almost 40 minutes.
Give me a sec.
Use the washroom.
I'm gonna take a leak real quick and I'll be back. Yo. I assume you're getting a drink. He's probably taking a leak and getting a drink. Damn. Yo.
Okay, hello. Yo.
Do you know, there was actually a moment where I think Sulky really misplayed. You know, the second time he ran Lings to the north? I think that second time he actually had enough army to swallow up quite a lot of Snows. I think if he had utilized those Lings to instead, like, help fight the army and not just, like, send them up north to chill, like, I think maybe he could have, like, started trading better from that point onwards. Seemed like he missed opportunity to swallow up his army there.
Maybe. Hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
If he would have gotten it or not. All right. I have something to say, but I want to say it in the cast. Are you ready?
Yeah, ready.
Wow, what a way to start off a week of KCM. An insane first game. Catharsis here for Snow after taking out Soul Key there on Blitz Y. I just remember him forgetting to mine off of the gas in that ASL game. You remember that, Shin? In the bottom left-hand corner?
Oh, yeah.
He forgot to mine the gas, and then in that previous game, Sulky almost poking him by going up with the Lings and trying to kill that gas geyser, realizing how important that was to Snow's ultimate victory. Like, maybe if I just kill this, maybe he'll forget to mine it or something. But Snow keeps everything alive. Keeps the wheels on, holds on for dear life to that center left, and just Sulky not able to break him. Kind of an insane result for Sulky, the two-time ASL champion, to get taken out first here.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect him to be dealt with so efficiently by Snow. I was really impressed by Snow's ability to utilize that late-game army with the feedbacks to just completely dominate those trades, despite them going not his way always. So, yeah, really impressive from Snow. I'm loving to see his PvZ in much better shape than it used to be. He's a much more well-rounded player as a result. And now going to be up against a Royal, another crazy strong ASL player who's got maybe not quite as long of history of success as someone like Sulky, but in more recent times, certainly so.
Oh yeah, Royal is a serious contender, and really every single player here today is an ASL contender. And we don't have any kind of wild cards thrown into this lineup. It's just straight up killers on all sides. Royal here, what do you think he's going to pull out against Snow? Are we going to see a really modern style, or what kind of necessary Terran strategy do you think is going to come out to beat Snow in this game?
Well, it depends on how seriously he's going to take Snow's Reaver control, because we could just see him, want to go straight into a 5-factory kind of play and then go from there, whether or not he wants to commit to an attack or expand off of that 5-factory. I don't think he would play like, say, how someone like Flash would want to play and try and go into like, more tech-heavy options as Terran, especially on this map. I don't think it's the best of choice. Terran seems to be a lot more happier with taking this mineral expansion on this map. I think for a long time we saw a little bit of confusion in Terran players and where they should take their third base, and then for a while they thought that taking these pocket bases at 6, 3, and 12, and 9 were a bit easier to defend, but it seems like there's constantly been a bit of shift in mentality with the Terran players and where they feel like they should be expanding to. I'm curious what choice Royal goes for this game, if he's going to take this mineral only or not.
This map is really unique in that there's a lot of walls to abuse here as the Terran. Nice job picking off that SCV, just making sure that he can't get in. Just relentless chasing that down. But about the map here, if you can hold like 12 o'clock as Royal, and then you get your mineral only online, or vice versa if you go in the opposite direction, you then have an amazing place to launch out an attack on the map. Generally, on a lot of maps, you lock down your 4 bases. You don't have like a great way to come out without having the Protoss set up in a surround around your army to just then, crush that first move out. Here, we've got a big open position to move out into the middle of the map, or we can take that side path down towards the Protoss natural. So there's a lot of options once you get onto 4 base here as the Protoss. Your main base is still very wide open. Like you're not surrounded by all your bases, but you are able to push out into a wide open area with your first big attack. Now, it doesn't mean that Royal is going to necessarily play for 4 bases here and try to take this late. He might go for some craziness. He might go for some drops. Maybe a 6-7 fact all-in play could be a good idea here as well. It just remains to be seen what he wants to go for.
Right, and he did throw down the very fast armory here, I believe. I think he went armory into eBay. And you basically have tech choices as Terran. When do you make your armory, your eBay, and your academy? Those are like the 3 main tech choices. And when you make them, very heavily dictate what will happen in that game. And usually you can't afford to do all 3. So you pick 2 of those 3 and you pick which sequence you're going to do those in. And it does seem like he's elected to throw down the armory first. Tries to come in and get some shots on this tank. Needs to be careful not to lose this tank here. Snow's really adamant in trying to get some damage done with that. But luckily not able to get the snipe on that tank for Royal here. Does have these 3 SCVs just chilling, buying time, repairing, paying little Protoss tax, just for time for Siege to finish. But yeah, it looks like going into eBay Armory, I would say like we're probably going to see a more like 2-1 timing push kind of style out of Royal here. Not like a super crazy like upgrade style like we might see out of Flash where he goes early 2 armories, but yeah, very strong timing attack in the mid game here, I think, coming out of Royal.
Just the 2 factories thus far. 4 gateways, though, start up. Snow is going to get his first observer into the main base pretty soon to actually see what's coming out of Royal. And there's no turret ring set up just yet. There's a basic turret ring around the factories and stuff, but there's nothing preventing the scout from Snow. He should be able to get in here and see practically everything. Has the robotic support bay coming down. It's going to be a bit of a later Reaver here from Snow, but this is not crazy at all. It's pretty normal these days for Protoss players to delay that Reaver a bit and just come in a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to rush that Reaver into the main base like they used to.
Snow actually has only one way of getting into the main base with the Observer on the left side, on the right-hand side of the bunker, because there's actually 3 very key positions of turrets, and that's a great body block from those Dragoons, getting a lot of damage onto those Vultures. Only 1 Vulture getting out onto the map is a bit annoying, but he does need to get this Vulture out on the map quite desperately, though, because he didn't really go into early Academy for Comsat, so he has no information whatsoever. He's completely in the dark, so having at least something out on the map to have some opportunity to run around and check to see if there's a 4th base being taken crazy early, or just a doubly check to make sure there's actually a 3rd base there, and those kind of things are going to be important. And Snow knows that. That's why he's got his Dragoons sitting out in a big wide arc right now to deny this Vulture being able to come in here.
You see that second armory, Shin? He's going to go double armory.
This is more Flash
He's
style.
Going just yeah. This is Flash style for sure. This is not just Flash, but everybody about 3-4 years ago, I'd say, was playing in this exact same way.
Yeah, this is upgrade Terran. This is basically how all Terrans were thinking. This is how you play. You basically just care about rushing into 3-3 upgrades as quickly as possible and going into your super late game. But you do have to get away with quite a small factory count, though, and he needs to be careful. And when he decides to add on factories, a lot of mistake Terran players will make is say, when they take their 4th base, that probe is crazy, by the way, killing the Vulture and not even dying. Like, this is a bit of a wild early game situation with the Vulture. It's trying to get on the map. But yeah, if he doesn't add on, say, if he goes on to 4 bases before going up to 7 factories or something, he can just die. So like when you make factories is very critical because you're doing an old style, but you need to make adjustments to it to fit the modern meta. So I'm hoping he won't make the mistake of, say, only staying on like 4 or 5 factories and then trying to like think about taking his 3rd and 4th. Like he needs to go up to like 4 to 6 factories, take his 3rd, and then go up to 7 factories and then take his 4th.
Well, that's going to give a lot of time to Snow to just take massive portions of the map. And the answer for Royal is actually to get a dropship out here and try to utilize the dropship to shut down some outlying bases. But Snow is going to catch this dropship moving through the middle of the map. It doesn't die, but just having the information, knowing that that's out on the map is huge for Snow. He's going to have more forces set up in different locations just to make sure that this drop doesn't deal too much damage.
Yeah. I think it will be able to get him here into the bottom left, but I mean, there's no probes down here mining or anything yet, so I don't think this is going to be too successful, and there's cannons going up here, so unfortunately there's like pretty much only this probe maybe dying is the only risk factor here for Snow, and it even throws down a pylon before dying in defiance there, just to help not get supply blocked a little bit here.
Yeah, this is looking great for Snow. The 3rd base is extremely late. We're at 10 minutes now. And we haven't even seen that get started, I don't think. Unless that's the floating building out in the front is actually the CC. Okay, I think we just might have seen it get started in the main base.
Yeah.
But the upgrades are the only thing that's big. What the heck? 2 Templar Archives. That's a bit of a mistake. There's the CC moving forward now. He's going to take it right around 11 minutes with +1. And Snow's just getting set up in position to try and slow this down as much as possible.
And he is gone? Discord is gone? What? He's just gone. Snow's, say it is just gone. A little bit of technical difficulties here in the casting booth. SC just, you know, disappeared for a little bit. Got sucked into some kind of like wormhole, you know. Never know what happens. It is what it is. The hive mind needed him, just like, you know, jacked into his consciousness and stole him away from this reality for a bit. We'll see if he is able to get back on anytime soon. He can just, from his end, when he realizes very quickly, he'll be able to stop the recording and then we can go from where we left off, kind of thing. It's a little bit annoying for us, but it's not a big deal. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get back online. I don't know if there's like going to be some sort of critical outage in his area and he can't get back on for a few hours or what. I mean, could be some crazy stuff going on in Japan. Who knows? Never know.
Oh, hello? Hello?
Hey.
Hey, disconnected, huh?
Yeah, you did.
Darn.
We're gonna pick up where we left off.
Yeah, let's try to do that. Let me see. Where did we leave off? Okay, you need to come in at 12:11 is when I finish my sentence. And Snow is just getting set up in position to try and slow this 12:11.
12:11? Well, I went off at 10:37 for me, just so you know.
Oh. Well, I sensed that maybe you were like, I don't know, taking a hit of your vape or something, so I kept going. But I didn't realize that you disconnected. So we'll just watch, and then you can come in at 12:11. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I disconnected. That's right. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm recording. This is insane. I really feel like this is the reason why players can't go for this style anymore.
Yeah, this is looking pretty wild. And this is what I was saying earlier, about taking the mineral only instead of trying to get this base up here. I think maybe it's a little bit more natural to take this mineral only first.
Maybe. So you got cut off before this?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
What time is it?
As 12:11.
Okay.
As he drops the 2 zealots and picks up the reaver.
Yeah.
여기에 내리고 저거를 태우러 간 거였네. 와, 대단하다. 슬슬 장윤철 야, 셔틀 잡았어요. 14킬. 02업인가요? 골리앗? 14킬. 셌거든요. 예, 02업. 자, 그래도 셔틀을 제거했어요. 그러면서 멀티 9시까지 또 늘려 나가고요. 장윤철 선수 유연합니다. 인구수 170대 131. 자, 그리고 아까 템플 아카이브 2개 지었는데 오히려
Wow.
해줄 수 있어요. 또
14 kills on that Reaver when all things are said and done, saying pretty wild stuff, and expanding like an absolute monster behind this. Snow is just looking pretty unstoppable today, a little bit scary, trying to come in here for another attack as well. There's a lot of Zealot goon, pretty big spread on these tanks to exploit, and not a lot of vultures to soak up these Zealots as well. Beautiful D-Matrix coming out to save this tank on the bottom right, but it's just too much critical mass of units here. I think he can get into this pocket and threaten the SCVs in the command center here. This is going to be a little bit wild, Sam.
The 2-1 upgrade finished up, and despite that, he's still able to break through here. You can just see why this play has been not as popular for Terran any longer. Even though he's got those great upgrades, he's just not able to defend this base appropriately. He's lost so many SCVs, he's lost so many tanks, and Snow is accelerating further and further ahead. He's got so many units popping out here. He doesn't have another gateway set up in the bottom left just yet, but Royal, he can't even get out on the map. He can't send out vultures to go and raid or slow anything down. He's just trying to get mines out here to try and keep himself alive is his main priority, and we're going to have storms pretty soon. Storms are going to be coming in any minute. We have another Reaver here. Oh, he's pulling the SCVs to try and fight the Reaver, which is crazy. That Reaver gets 5 kills immediately, but the Reaver does go down. Tanks are going to be able to set up once again, holding this position for now. But Snow, I mean, he's done so much damage. He's got so much of the map. The lead right now is massive.
Yeah, it's a pretty monstrous lead. He's ahead in supply by like not an actual pretty large margin. It looks very like, hang on a minute, is the Protoss player even winning when you look at the supplies? But it doesn't tell the story. Like, he's just throwing units at the wall because he knows that it's gonna stick enough that he's gonna like just run away with the game. He's got so many bases that are mining right now, and that as long as he just trades a little bit, he's gonna keep the Terran player pushed back, unable to attack, while he can also keep expanding, keep growing, and keep putting more and more pressure onto Royal as time progresses. There will be a little bit of a window now for Royal to try and come out onto that, but these are some beautiful sonic storms over this wall from Snow. He's kind of like trying to get everything done with such a small amount of units right now. Beautiful trades, just picking up the high tempo so the tanks can't even shoot it after they get vision over the wall as well. Now we see this Vulture raiding party coming to the bottom left, doing some work and stopping this expansion going up. They are probably maybe going to be able to delay this expansion going up. There is enough DPS here to kill the Nexus, because with upgrades, the Vultures actually do pretty reasonable damage against buildings.
Yeah, he might actually get this, but is it going to matter? Another storm coming over. Great use of that spell. by Snow as usual. Zealots are going to come through and clear up most of this. Nexus is getting quite low, but Dragoons are now here. They're going to help out. That Nexus will survive, and dude, Snow already has like 2,000 mineral bank. What is this in the top left-hand corner, by the way? Are we going to get a click up there? I see a big box of red, but I have no idea what that is. What?
I think he was just...
What is this?
I think it was to make High Templars remotely, so he could keep Storm dropping at like 12 o'clock and what have you, and so he could also use that later on to secure another rally point in the top left.
Well, that is wild. I've never seen that before, but Snow just coming out with some creative moves here. Pulling Royal apart. Nice mine. Actually picking off 3 of those Zealots. It must have been low already. And the tank number is growing, but the majority of the map is already held by Snow. Despite him getting up here and slowing things down in the top left, eventually Snow is probably going to be able to take that. We're just moving forward to take the 4th base now as Royal to grab that mineral only, and we're already, 16 minutes in. Snow has a complete max, and he's got a ton of storms that can directly counter the upgrades that have been spent so much time upgrading for Royal here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super late 4 base for Royal. He's scanning the main base, trying to see if there's any like potential carrier switches or anything, but even just a straight up game from Snow is going to be worrying enough. He's trying to come in now with a few small skirmish of units, but knows that it's probably better to just back away and not fight into this like monster of a Terran army that Royal has slowly but surely been able to grind up. He has got +3 weapons, 1 armor on those ground forces for the time being. But yeah, the fact that this 4th base is so late is going to be so difficult for him. Like this base in the top left going up, once there's 3 rally points set up, is very difficult for Terran players to combat that. And Snow is just doing a great job of coming in here and trading with just a few handful of units to soften up the Terran position and whittling down the force so it can't ever max out. Will be very cost efficient for Snow. He can stay maxed out and keep whittling down Royal, so his Royal's like staying more around like 150, 160 kind of supply. Then I think Snow is going to be very comfortable in this game going forward.
Well, one thing that can be said for Snow, for Royal, is that Snow doesn't have bottom left-hand corner rally point set up.
Right.
He's only rallying out of this one position, so if the army of massive upgrade tank mech can get down to that bottom right-hand corner and contain the one rally point that we've got, maybe there's a chance for Royal, but look at how small his army is. He's got hardly anything, 149 supply, and now these gateways are coming up here in the bottom left. The storms have been whittling down this army, like you were saying, over and over and over again, taking great trades despite the upgrade advantage. Another couple storms going to come down, killing off a few more tanks, and Royal he just doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough income. He doesn't have enough tanks. He doesn't have enough of anything to make this work.
Well, that's why it's wise for Snow to keep trading like this, because even if it's at a slight deficit sometimes, just keeping the tank count low is going to be critical, because if Royal can just never move out with a very strong army, it's going to be very tough for him to win this game. And right now, he doesn't have enough supply to feel confident about moving out. And that's exactly the position that Snow wants to keep him in. Now that he's taken the top left, this is kind of going to be Snow's checkmate move. Once he starts to get these rally points set up, he's added gateways in the bottom left, for example, as well. Now that he's got 2 and almost a 3rd rally point set up, it's almost impossible for the Terran to fight against that. There's no win condition. You contain 1 rally point, and then you've got to split off all your tanks to go around the map killing bases, but you can't do that because you haven't got the other 2 rally points under control. It's just, there's no way you can have enough forces to muster unless you trade at such a crazy cost efficiency that it doesn't even matter anyway. But that's not going to happen. I don't think Royal's going to get those godlike trades that he needs to be able to just contain and slowly kill Snow here.
Well, I think that Royal's going to try to slowly push over to the center right and take that base and just grind it out in a super late game, but I don't think that Snow's going to allow that to happen. He's so close with his rallies to this area that he's just going to keep pumping out units, hitting these storms, diving on top of everything with Zealots. The shuttles are coming through. Oh god, the 2 science vessels are going to die for free here. That is so brutal. Yeah. Losing those 2 science vessels right now, he needs those for the EMP to try and take some sort of decent trade against all of these Templar. Look at how many Templar are coming out.
Yeah,
My goodness.
it's pretty wild. I mean, and yeah, even just the D matrices on the vessels alone are great. The fact that their detectors stop Snow being able to mix in DTs, there's so many batch value for that unit. It's a little bit of an inefficient trades coming in here because of how much these Dragoons are all boxed up. They are going splat, but he's still getting great storms on the tanks and whittling down the tank count. Snow needs to be a little bit careful though, because he will start to get gobbled up if he overextends like that, and I feel like there's a little bit wasteful with the Dragoons. He needs to keep enough left in reserve that Royal can't just get a quick snappy counterattack going and push down on this vertical vector on the right hand side of the map, both killing this base and also starting to contain the big rally point in the bottom right.
Royal's really trying to make that happen right now. He's trying to kill this. Oh god, this storm's so good. Damn, he kills a bunch of SCVs that were repairing those tanks as well. He's really trying to kill this Nexus because every mineral that's picked up by these probes over here in the center right is a mineral that's out of his pocket. He's actually robbing him right now of those precious resources that he needs to potentially win this game. Should he be able to hold the center right, he will try to push down, I think, the other direction over towards the top left and slowly take over half the map. That's his only win. Hope of winning this game. Like you said, he just doesn't have enough to contain all of the rally points of Snow. There's so many rallies around the map. Another big storm here in the middle of all the tanks, dealing so much damage once again.
Yeah, pretty beautiful splitting to actually get those tanks out of position and not just die there for free. So I'm impressed a little bit by Royal's methodology here. He's doing a good enough effort considering the game state. I just think it's such a hard mountain for him to climb here. I'm a little bit worried. Like, yeah, he's killed this base and he's able to push up a little bit on the right hand side, but I mean, Snow's just exploded out onto the map and there's pretty much every single base going besides like 2 of these mineral onlys, and there's no real hope for Royal in just like crushing him in one big push. It's going to be a very like slow, tentative pushing down on the right hand side, and a few mistakes will be exploited by Snow. So I'm not sure if Royal is going to be able to trade well enough here, but Snow's just going to try and push the issue and just run in here anyway, and all these units are still clumped up from attacking this Nexus, so now they're going to get stormed into oblivion. A lot of the units on the right hand side and left hand side is completely getting evaporated now, and there's still some units left in reserve to keep pushing forward. Even if these Dragoons do all go splat, he's killed so many of these Terran siege tanks over and over again that the tank count has been like pretty much small despite how late the game is.
Royal needs to take this base right now. He has to get this online. Snow doesn't seem to be transitioning at all. It's not like he's building into carriers after this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the army is still going to be strong for Royal for a very long time, but there's just so many options for Snow right now.
Right. Well, as long as Royal doesn't dip below 140 supply and he's got 2 mining bases at all times, there's still hope for him in this game. It's just going to be very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. He will get this base online here at the center right, just as his main and natural are mining out. And the third base is going to be starting to get low as well. So he has 2 bases for now. He has a lot of gases, so he's got quite a few that are depleted at this point, but they're still helping out to keep him in production in terms of his tanks and Goliaths and all that, and vessels and everything. He's got a pretty decent army, 150 supply. It's still not quite enough to push against the maxed out Protoss, especially if he gets good trades with the storms, but nice scan there. Actually, with the D-Matrix, going to keep this alive. Going to kill quite a few of these units as well with the tanks over the wall. Snow taking a pretty rough trade there, but still, Royal is having a very tough time pushing, making any progress whatsoever. He's going to start to push towards this mineral only. I think this will be the pressure point. This will be the final kind of battle here between Snow and Royal. If Royal can get this and contain top left, maybe break into that base, take that over, he's going to win. If Snow breaks him here and prevents him from taking more bases, I think this is just going to end.
I think he has to do that. It allows him more opportunities to expand. It cuts the map horizontally, which is good for him. Gives it, and it also shuts out 2 mining bases and a rally point. He needs to do something like that right here, right now. But Snow is just being relentless and trying to chuck storms at the wall and seeing what sticks. I think Royals finally has a good enough setup where all these siege tanks are very deep and far back. There's only a few tanks that are out on the periphery that are at risk of getting stormed. And now he should be able to keep a high enough enough tank count in reserve to keep pushing forward here and being a lot more methodical and tentative with his approach, which is much needed, I would say. But still a little bit worried for him. He's not out of the woods yet. He's got the 2 armor up online now for these Terran forces, so slightly better upgrades as well. But all things considered, Snow's doing a pretty good job of keeping him back, and I would say that one thing we have to consider is that Snow might not have a large army in the sense of he might have a lot of probes right now, so there might not be a huge standing army for Snow. So if Royal can get a big massive push going and start to force some frontal engagements, maybe that'll go a lot more Royal's way, because there isn't a massive army for Snow to field right now. A lot of his supplies caught up in these probes. Beautiful EMPs as well.
Yeah, EMPs are doing so much work. D-Matrix as well is going to help out a lot. This is a bit wasteful for Snow trying to break this base right now. We need to wait for Royal to start to pull army away from that location in order to assault top left before we try to break that base. But he's getting a little impatient trying to get in on that center right, and now he's wasted a lot of his army. Royal's hit 198 supply. He's going to try and split the map. This is a big moment for Royal.
This is his moment to shine. Like, everything has been waiting for this moment. He finally has the army that he wants, and Snow, like we were just saying, maybe has a little bit too many probes, so doesn't have a crazy huge standing army to stop this from just walking across the map and putting pressure on. And big mine hits as well going off in the center, whittling down what little forces that Snow can muster at any given time. He has got a lot of gateways. He's able to pump out a lot of units at once, but hasn't got like a massive supply of army to just throw against this and stop it in its tracks.
Royal is going to take out center left, it looks like. He's trying to bust into the top left as well, but he's got to be very tactful, very slow about taking this down, because breaking into a main base is always a difficult position to try and crack. With storms available, it's that much harder, and Snow's going to make it miserable for Royal to try and take out that base in the top left-hand corner. Great storm there. Actually going to take out both the tanks. Keeps the Nexus alive for now as well. So great win there for Snow.
Yeah, he's stopping this position being completely overwhelmed right now, which is all he needs to do. He just needs to make sure he doesn't lose any bases too cost inefficiently right now and kind of stabilize. He is getting this base contained in the top left, and the pressure is still on this base at 9 o'clock. So Snow is in the first like signs of trouble that he's been in pretty much all game long. And with these D-Matrixes being utilized like this, it's going to be very annoying for Snow to keep what he's doing up for much longer. Now there's like hardly any High Templars remaining in reserve. I think he's going to have to sacrifice the space at 9 o'clock now, at long last.
Well, now might be a good time to attack into center right. I'm not sure how many tanks are still left over there, but a lot of army has been mobilized to take out this top left. He has still a maxed out supply, but a lot of that is in the rallies. They're just coming out right now. Some Templar popping out here, trying to get rid of a few of these vultures. There's a lot of zealots behind this that could be brought to bear here by Snow, just up in the top left-hand corner, waiting by the gateways. He hasn't pulled those out just yet. I think he's waiting to jump on top of Royal's army as he pulls up with the tanks, try to stop this in its tracks, but they're actually just getting eaten alive. Wow. All those zealots went down for free, and Snow not taking the greatest trades. He hasn't started the transition still. He's got a Stargate, but we don't have any carriers hitting the field just yet.
Yeah, and Royal's been doing a great job of constantly laying mines in the center of the board and made it very difficult for Snow to finally come up here. But now we see High Templars desperately trying to get some storms off into those mineral lines, only killing about 3 or so SCVs. There's another High Templar, though, to try and do some follow-up damage. Does kill the tank and a few more SCVs, so a little bit of damage here. But now the whole top left is completely exposed. High Templars getting picked off as they're popping out of the gateways, and Royal's starting to go to work in crushing that expansion. Finally, the map will be eventually split in half, and that will be a winning game state for Royal if he can manage that. And he's done an absolutely phenomenal job of dealing with Snow that was in complete macro house power mode, and now he's kind of completely flipping the script on Snow and is looking very strong right now.
This is crazy. I really thought that Snow had this game. Yeah. Maybe the lack of transition from him being the big issue here, right? He never wanted to switch into carriers. He just wanted to play this complete gateway man style. It usually works out so well for him, but it's just not been able to break anything. Now he's going to try and get over here to the center right, Can he actually get in? Oh, the EMP hits everything once again. There's still enough tanks here, I think, to hold on. The tank line is so deep, and there's no Storm to try and pick off these big groups of tanks. He's going to be denied. He can't break the center right, and Royal is going to lay claim over all of this center or top left.
Yeah, I actually think Snow's a little bit of a victim of success in this game, in the sense like things were going so well for him with the cost-efficient trades that he was happy to get a crazy probe count, loads of expansions, and like rely on that style to the point where he couldn't go carriers. If he had like used up even more supply and trying to switch to carriers, he'd have even less army to fight with. And I think like that's kind of been the issue here. But Snow still like pressing forward, killing a lot of these tanks on the right hand side, and now threatening this base at 3 o'clock. A decent amount of SCVs will die. Even Storms being laid down on top of Dragoons just to make sure he kills that whole SCV train. Not even that last SCV getting out with its life. Completely shuts down the majority of Royal's economy right now. He's only got a dried up mineral expansion, and the other mineral base has just gone online. Finally landing this other CC down in the natural pocket of the top left as well. But having this base shut down on the right prevents Royal having that explosive economy that he wanted to. The game is still very favored towards Royal in the sense that now he's got the map split in half. Still, it is still looking pretty good for him, but having that extra economy stripped away from him is a little bit painful in this moment because he's actually not maxed out right now.
Well, Snow could actually go for the main base.
Yeah.
He could try to break in there and make a counterattack, try to change this game. If he gets in with the counterattack and hits the main and forces Royal to pull back forces from the top left, or opens up a position that's not as well defended any longer, maybe Snow can get in there to the top left and break that base open once again. Looks like Royal has just enough here to hold everything back, and he's going to get the CC over to the top left. I think he's got this game now. This is getting really, really dire for Snow. Despite having 6k bank, there's really not a whole lot he can do.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for Snow at the very least. I mean, he is getting 3 o'clock set up, and he will eventually try to retake 9. I think he just made a gateway at 9 so he can start making High Templars there or something. But I think Royal's going to come in here and squeeze that out. But look at this big, massive force of Snow desperately trying to come in here and crush this position. But there is some tanks on the other side of that high ground that are shooting over the ledge and making this a little bit more annoying. And it's bugging out the AI a little bit as well. Snow tries to split his forces to both go north to get those tanks on the other side of the wall, while also still storming these tanks in the main line to death, trying to whittle down as much of the forces as Royal as possible. He's just barely cracking open these positions, but not enough to have a oh, the beautiful SCV dance as well. Not going to be losing those critical SCVs as well. Beautiful defense from Royal, but the supplies are still kind of relatively the same though. Like neither player is really gaining much of an advantage, but this does favor Royal because he's happy to maintain the game state.
120 supply for Royal. He is in a very low supply, very small amount of army. Of course, he did lose a lot of SCVs recently, so that might be a little bit deceptive. Snow gonna remax super fast on all of these gateways that he's got with that 3k bank still left over after the remax. Is kind of insane. He's gonna go after the SCVs here, gets quite a few of those, but still gonna be plenty of mining up there for Royal. Can Snow break through right now? I think this is really his last chance.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get in here right now, Royal's gonna have too much income. He's gonna have too much army to hold back further attacks. He's coming in. Best he can do is land a bunch of storms, break this base. He does get some good storms there on the right hand side, hitting those big groups of tanks. He's getting some storms on these SCVs as well. He takes over the mineral only, but his army is evaporating down to just 110 supply for Royal. That is crazy, and a quick remax from Snow once again, but he's running out of money.
Yeah, this is a really weird situation because Royal is technically dying, but Snow's running out of juice to get the job done with. So it's kind of a bit of a weird scenario. Royal is technically at risk of dying at any moment though. Like I said earlier, dipping below that like 140 threshold does put you at risk of just being bowled over by the Protoss maxed out army. If Snow can keep the pressure on, keep some High Templars coming into these expansions to like shut down mining, this is gonna be great for him. He might get a lot of SCVs in his top left as well.
Still has Reavers being built at this point in the game. Only Snow does it like this. Picks off almost every SCV in this base. So many kills here on this Reaver, even more damage going down right now. This could actually be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Yeah.
We've had so many attacks kind of like this throughout this game that haven't done too much damage. in slowing Royal down, but this one might be the big one. This could be it, guys.
I mean,
he's going to load up a ton more units and try to break this. With Royal not having good income, he's not going to be able to reproduce that army as quickly.
He ravaged like 30-40% of Royal's economy and killed a few units with that Reaver as well. So like everything is going in his favor, and he's got such a strong maxed out army, and Royal's just barely got 130 supply, so there's enough here to bowl him over, but it's going to come down to execution. Some beautiful storms trying to come out onto the SCV line, and units not so far finding the damage that they want to, but it doesn't matter. There's still a critical mass here to overwhelm this Terran position, and he should be able to clean this up, or at the very least rotate over to the left hand side and put pressure onto this exposed expansion in the top left here, because now the units are kind of cut off from coming up here and reinforcing.
Oh my god, he's sending out probes right now to try and kill some of this stuff. He's killing off the last couple of tanks. 4 Dragoons remain. It's really coming down to this. Wow. We're below 100 supply for Royal, and 3 Dragoons managed to make their way past the defenses over here into these this mineral line, start to deal that damage. 1 tank comes up to start to bully those back, but it will lose its life, I think. Picking off that tank is pretty big right now with the small number of tanks that remain. He's going to have to set up a perfect defense in order to hold back Snow's next attack.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. Like the relative game state is just shrinking. It's like both players think that they're winning, so they're happy to trade off all their pieces off the board to simplify the game state, but both players are kind of remaining relatively where they were at originally on the power scale. It's just that there's a lot less units and economy available to both. But right now, Snow, 160 supplied to 100, probably the biggest advantage he's had in this game. He's managed to find himself into a nice little game state here, but he is drying up rapidly. He has to get something done right here, right now, before Royal can start to stabilize again, and he might have just barely been able to do this. I think there's only a couple of siege tanks. Beautiful matrix on that right hand side tank, another EMP on the left High Templar as well, whittling down what little utility is afforded to Royal. There's a beautiful storm on those back row tanks though, and this follow-up storm is going to help these Dragoons come in here and get a nice cleanup on R5, and now we'll see a little rinse and repeat of these Dragoons coming up into the top left and being annoying again and forcing Royal to reposition. But there's a drop in the bottom right, the right hand side base though. Some economy of the Pros play is being shut down right now, and that's pretty much his second only mining base. The only other mining bases is mineral only right now.
Oh my gosh, this is so close. The drop over here, so clutch right now from Royal, just to get some units over there to slow down the economy. These Dragoons are going to end up going down, it looks like. Not going to get much damage over there in the top left-hand corner. We didn't have any drops come through from Snow to actually shut down the mining over here. And look at how low this mining is, actually. Look at how few resources are left at this position. He's going to get one more shot with the Reaver. He's right next to this tank, so he can keep firing here. Getting a few more kills. 7 kills total on this Reaver is insane. Another group of army coming up. Can he jump on top of these last few tanks and take over the top left? It's so close. One more storm. One more storm. Does he have another? Can he actually get it off? He does get another storm there. He is so close to breaking this. Everything is being pulled to the front for Royal. Everything that's been on defense this entire game is going to be pulled out. There we go. Another great storm here on the SCVs. Royal is so close to being out. 64 supply, Shun.
Wow. I'm kind of blown away that this game has been this close. Like, the trades have been absolutely insane from the start all the way to the finish, and Snow has just barely done it. He's just barely done it with less than a control group worth of units left remaining, going to be crippling the economy. GG, final call from Royal. One of the most wildest, intense back and forth games we've had, saying, what was that?
마지막에 자원 캐는 미네랄, 센터 멀티 미네랄 프로브.
It's like we had 2 40-minute games for the first 2.
What even is that? Oh my god, what the hell is even that?
Snow went from like completely crushing to being like, oh fuck, I'm in trouble, to like somehow barely coming ahead on the trades by less than the control group of units after like constant intense back and forth for like 30 minutes straight. Like, what the fuck, man?
What the hell?
That was fucking gnarly. That
was peak Broodwar right there.
And if it's like, if his micro or like he has a little bit less attention on his Reaver control, anything is just slightly off. Like he doesn't barely get there in the end. You know what I mean? Like he's barely getting there.
Yeah, or like one extra EMP goes down on a group of Templar, you know, as they're making their way forward.
Right.
Something like that happens. A mine connects on a group of Templar or something.
Just one or two interactions could have made the difference there. That's crazy.
That's wild. Oh, do you need a drink of water or something?
I've got some water right now. I'll take
You're good.
I take a quick break to take another leak. For some reason, I'm pissing like a racehorse.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be right back.
What are you up to? Yeah, that's so good. Where'd those come from? Where did they? Huh? Oh. What's that? Yeah.
Maybe she was my friend. Maybe Jim wants to go hiking today.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Sure. It's gonna be hot, but
Right.
she can handle it.
Our swimsuit is like wet, I think.
Did she hang it up?
So
You gotta hang it up in the bathroom or outside. Tell her to hang it up outside. Yeah, it's up. Tell her to hang it up outside, and it'll in the sun. It'll definitely in an hour it'll be dry. You feel like doing lunch one day?
maybe not.
Okay.
You don't think that? Party? I was like, why are you being excited?
Huh? Oh, it's not a
That's good for
weed stuff.
What?
It's weed stuff.
for native stuff.
Yeah.
I thought it's like it's light.
No, it's not lit.
If I did.
Mm-mm. Nope, that ain't me. Okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, about an hour or so seems like. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yo.
How you doing?
Good. Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
홍혜리님의 홈큐브도 구독 좋아요 많이 부탁드리고요. 팬 가입도 오늘 여러분께서
My goodness, we are being stretched to our absolute limits in this series thus far. Two of the greatest games of the season of KCM to start us off this week. Crazy 40-minute games.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect it to go quite this way, but we did see those lineups and were, anticipating a little bit of fireworks and that all three squads were going to be taking it very seriously. And that's exactly what we're getting right now. Absolute crazy games. I'm all about it, saying this is really intense. Now we get to see action. I would love to see a good performance out of him. Let's see if he can dispatch Snow, who's got to be feeling pretty good about his early commanding game states that he's had in these big, long games.
Absolutely. I mean, Action's a player I haven't seen for quite some time. Has been out of the limelight for a little while now. And maybe just working on this game, maybe practicing hard, maybe just taking it easy. I'm not sure. We'll see what his current state is looking like here in this game, because Snow's going to push him to his absolute limit.
Yeah, I mean, there was once a time where Snow was just kind of known as like being really good at Reavers and really good in PvT, but that moment has passed. Like, Snow is also pretty dominant in PvZ as well these days. He's not quite to like crazy levels yet, but he's getting there. It's almost at a point where he's becoming like the Protoss Flash, just with a little bit less consistency in his game.
이어서 스포인트를 가져가고
He's very consistent in Pro League and other online tournaments. Maybe just struggling with live play.
Right.
I think that's a good characterization.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's very difficult for him to find his footing in those live events. I don't know if that's just a nerves thing, lack of experience, or that the change in environment is affecting his ability to play in some way like that. These are all very valid factors that you don't really consider while watching at home, but when you're actually at a LAN event playing live with like people there watching you and there's cameras rolling and stuff, like the amount of nerves and tension and stress that's going on there, like any tiny little factor makes and breaks the difference in these kind of zero-sum games, where if one player is able to deal with that pressure better than another, then that's a really big advantage to have over your opponent if you can keep your head in the game a lot more.
Absolutely, and those nerves will be worked out with more experience and more practice. I think that Snow's been around for a very long time, but this game still has a very long life ahead of it. Plenty of time to calm that and get into a better headspace in the future when going into these live games. Now, Zealot came out first here from Snow. He's got his Nexus started. He built a forge in the main base, it looks like. Or is that another pylon? It could be another pylon here. A lot of times I've seen Snow build the forge in the main and then put the Cybernetics core out a little bit later in the natural.
Yeah.
And then if he senses any pressure, he actually builds the cannon before the Cybernetics core just to make sure that he can stay alive. But keeping the forge out of the natural seems to be pretty normal for Snow with this opener.
Yeah, I think it's a style choice as well. It depends on how you like to play.
Oh, there it is.
And yeah, sometimes you will see these greedier plays out of Protoss where they want to, one, not lose the forge to a fake Hydra bust or something, but also, two, sometimes just get out their tech faster. Sometimes it's just like they want to be greedy and throw down the core in their wall instead of a forge. They can just tech just a little bit faster than usual. And if they can get away with it, they're happy. But sometimes this does open you up to being punished by the Zerg. You can get Ling all in if you don't make that forge fast enough and those cannons fast enough. So you need to be careful about how you hedge your bets in the early game stage. And yeah, he's kind of like tried to get away with like only making Zealots for the time being. And generally speaking, this is fine as long as you're well versed in the game state and have a probe scout checking what's what. Like he's got this probe up here and he sees that these Lings are out of position, so he knows that these Zealots are much more safer to move out right now and what have you.
Action's doing a great job of task switching back and forth between these two bases, making sure he's got these Lings moving at all times, chasing down this probe, and also checking at the front of the base, but he needs to keep these drones alive. Not going to lose these drones. Oh god, he's definitely going to lose that one. One goes down. That's a bit rough. Now the Lings are going to come up and trade poorly behind the mineral patches here. This is exactly what Snow is looking for with these first three Zealots.
Yeah. And there's no way of dealing with this, really. Like, it's even kind of bad if you try and make a creep to make a sunken to kill them. Like, there's no good answer to what Snow is doing here. There's no, like, cost-efficient way of dealing with this. He might try and just get us around on it so he doesn't have to worry about the Zealots coming in to counterattack the drones while more Zealots move out. So he's just going to take the slightly cost-inefficient trade. And honestly, that went probably about as good as you can get without the Zealots bugging out or something. So all things considered, that's a bit of a crisis averted, I would say, for Action. And you do want to kill them ideally. You want to take the cost inefficient trade, just because, like, say later on he runs out of more Zealots, you want to go deal with that, then he can just come and hit your drones for free. And it's like, you can't really deal with that kind of pressure being done to you. So it's better just to take the cost inefficient trade, generally speaking.
Ooh, a second Stargate comes up from Snow. He's thinking that this is going to be a Mutalist play, and it could possibly be, although we don't see a second gas just yet. I'm leaning more towards just a few Scourge and Hydras popping out here for Action, but Snow seems to think that there's some trickery afoot, that Action's going to try and switch it up into Mutas, and we'll see if that comes to pass, whether Snow is correct or not. It's going to be a big decider in this game. However, you can still use, even if there aren't Mutas popping out, you can still use big groups of Corsairs to wipe out Overlords, and that could lead you to a victory, but a lot of these Zerg players are good enough to keep most of their overlords alive just with pure Hydra.
Yeah, a lot of the strength of the Corsair is that you can come in with these Zealot Corsair timings where the Hydras are distracted with the Zealots and the Corsairs can, you know, go to work for free on those overlords, and it's a nice little natural synergy for those units to pair, and also does give you the ability to deal with like an Ogre Zerg switch up if he does decide to like invest heavily into Mutas or what have you. So yeah, very strong, safe way of playing as Protoss players. That's why we see it so much. It also does allow them to scout around the map for that critical intel, because this is a Zerg favored matchup if information is denied. If information is gathered from Protoss, it actually can become a little bit more Protoss sided if they're able to min-max their build to what the Zerg's doing exactly.
3 Corsairs are out now. That's not quite revealing the fact that we've got double Stargate yet. Oh, is this 4? Okay, it's 4. I think he should know. Being 4 at this timing, he might be able to connect the dots and figure out how many Stargates are available for Snow. And when he figures that out, he should just build a lot of Hydras. Just extra Hydras. Don't drone too hard, because you can't be losing Overlords. You have to have enough Hydras to fight the Zealots and kill off the Corsairs if they try to come in.
Yeah, usually you'll be like chilling on the absolute bare minimal amount of Hydras, but now that you've seen this, you kind of have to respect it and just cut your drone production and go straight up into like 2 control groups of Hydras right away. You kind of do that anyway, but usually you're squeezing out more drones to get there and that what have you. So yeah, this is actually really wise from Action, just to like just bury himself with her Hydras so that he can also move out. And this is the critical thing. It's not just about having good defense here, it's about having a good pressure potential on the Protoss player, because he has nothing available to defend this besides Zealot Cannon. So he has to like throw down like 6 or so cannons right now, because Storm is going to be too late in dealing with his timing.
Yeah, there's a lot of Hydras moving forward, and he's bringing every Overlord. Now there is could be a possibility of a counterattack with DT or something like that coming in, but Action is relatively certain that there's no Templar Archives. He knows that there's no Storm just yet, but there could be a potential for a DT. It just depends on, you know, how the production was going with these Corsairs. How much was he cutting just to get that Templar Archives out a little bit faster, and he's guessed right here. There's no Templar out on the map. He kills the wall. He's not going to just dive in and kill his opponent. So he's just going to stay out here and contain. What do you think? Is he going to keep making Hydras, try to break the wall, or is he just going to
soft contain?
Fall back, soft contain. Okay.
He's an aggressive macro player. He will almost always lean towards macro play, but while being aggressive and applying pressure. He doesn't necessarily commit to all-ins a lot, but he does love to create these pressure scenarios. So he'll want to. The fact that he just forced out cannons is good enough for him, because that slowed down this gateway count right now. Every single one of those cannons could have been one of these gateways we see now. So it has really slowed down this production infrastructure being set up by Snow to actually break out of this soft contain. He's only just now starting his robo just before 10 minutes, so if he does get Lurker Tech online and just chill out here, it could be very difficult for Snow to break out of this contain at all. Meanwhile, Action will just take a 4th base, but he may not even saturate this 4th base until Snow fails to break out.
Snow's going to try and come out now. There's a good number of Hydras. He's starting Lurkers in the front just to block the Zealots and push them back. Give himself a better trade in this fight. More Hydras are coming up, and almost all the Zealots are gone. So, like, the Zealots are all going to end up getting picked off unless they run away, and they will run over to the left-hand side, try to create a counterattack threat. But Lurkers are about to be done here at the front. He's going to contain, go from a soft contain here into a full-on hard contain in front of Snow space, and it's going to be very difficult for him to get out of this.
Yeah, I mean, he's only just now got his robo finishing up and observatory being made and whatever. He doesn't even have observers at this particular second, so he can't even try to challenge this, even if he did have the units to deal with this, which he doesn't. So yeah, really rough spot for Snow to be in. I'm really impressed by Action's very, like, you know, calm, collected way of approaching this game. This is the kind of Zerg that I like to see. It's very well thought out. It's very strong as well. Like, he's asking a lot of questions of Snow, and if Snow doesn't even have remotely the right answers, like, Action's just going to be ahead.
No is getting his first observer out. He'll have to go into a big wave of Dragoons here shortly to try and break through, but the wideness of the front of the choke on Radeon is going to give Action a huge surface area to lay down a wide berth of little spotted lurker holes there. Like, look at how many spots he can throw down. It's so hard to break through.
Yeah.
Such a wide concave of lurkers in any map, but this map specifically.
Yeah, it's rough coming out into these positions. And he's even have to kill his own cannons or whatever just to get out there with his Dragoons. He doesn't even have a lot of Dragoons yet. You need a massive amount of Dragoons to start breaking through these positions. And I don't think he's going to do it. He's going to have to rely on like getting something done with these Corsairs and shuttles, I think. I don't feel like he's going to be successful in breaking out. I feel like he's going to have to do some damage indirectly to Action, like storm drops, DT drops, anything. Because I think just trying to break out right now is going to fail. This is looking bad.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that if Action is able to just completely focus on rallying everything to the front and controlling his units here, there's no way that Snow can break out. However, if Snow can get some units out on the map and start to kill drones and make things difficult for Action, interrupt the economy a little bit and draw some of the attention away from the front, maybe he can come out, get a couple of good storms, get some decent trades on the lurker, start to break that position, but it's going to be tough. This DT is playing a crazy game of cat and mouse right now, trying to slip into this natural, and he has made it in, but Action is aware of that. He saw it.
Nice. And this is like this is like high level Zerg stuff. When you're able to keep track of DTs, you can't even like actually like technically see, and keeping as many drones as possible alive. Like there's a good chance that if you don't see that DT, that you lose your entire drone line. You just won't even get the sound cue that your drones are being attacked. It'll wipe out everything. So having any kind of like knowledge about that is key, but it's still getting a lot of work done. We got 9 kills. Now 10. That's a lot of drones. This is pretty good. He's by no means out of the woods that he's currently stuck in right now, but this is the kind of thing that we need to happen to start to mount a comeback. Now there'll be drones being remade, a little bit of attention diverted away from this front base. Now he'll have enough time to have built up enough Dragoons that he can start to come out and skirmish with this contain. He needs to be very careful about how he goes about it still.
Yeah, he's going to slowly push out here. He's still got 3 Zealots on the map over on that center left. He's going to send those into probably the third or the natural at an opportune time, right when Action is focused primarily on holding this contain. Look at how big of the spread there is here. It's crazy. Great storm there, actually removes the threat of those Scourge. Oh, massive storm on triple. Oh my god, the storms here are insane. 4 lurkers in that second storm, 3 in the first. He only has 1 shot to pick off all of these lurkers. He just needs 1 Dragoon shot on each of these, and he will finish them off. 2 shots now because they've regained a little bit of this HP, but he is really starting to break through right now.
Yeah, Storm is 110 damage over 2.5 seconds, so just 1 Dragoon shot afterwards is great to finish them off. And look at this beautiful floods of storms just eviscerating those packs of Hydras. Finally, he's going to be able to start to make some progress, and now he has more surface area for these Dragoons to have a lot more value in these fights. And with some Zealots streaming out to tank as well, it looks like he will just barely have enough to at least maybe have some hope of breaking out. But actually, maybe with the Hydras on the right hand side, actually I think Action is still going to come out on top. This is kind of crazy.
Wow, that's wild. He does manage to push everything back, but he's got no lurkers behind this. All the lurkers have been picked off. All the important units, all the expensive units have been taken care of. He hasn't sent in those Zealots yet. I'm really shocked that Snow didn't send those in while Action was desperately trying to hold that front, because there was a moment there where Action had all of his attention, and just sending in those Zealots to the third would have done a lot of damage, I feel. He's going to send them in now, but it's maybe a little bit late here. He will be able to push out the look at that. Action actually gives up the containment. So this game will go on. This is incredible play from Snow. He's managed to do everything at the same time here, and he will be able to break out.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that we've got going for Action is that he did have these 4 bases saturated and up and running before we have Snow taking his 3rd base. So he's by no means out of this game still. But so far, Snow's done a great job of navigating his way into a more playable game state. Action trying to shut down the move out on this bridge, but Snow's not having any of it. Just throwing down a couple of storms to blanket those Hydras and keep pushing out. Even when the High Templar's being targeted, he's still getting the spells off, getting as much value as possible. Still Action pushing him back, despite the odds seeming stacked against him to be able to do so. But now Snow has got this base starting to come online, and Action doesn't want to allow it. He pushes in, but this might be a little bit of an overextension, because another Hydra above it, and a lot of Hydra is going to be killed on the exit as well. Whittling down this Hydra force is critical right now. There won't be enough in the big clumps of massive Hydras to keep fighting the Protoss and keeping the pressure on. So now we see Snow finally able to take his third pretty comfortably. Action's like doing reasonably well in the battle Zerg sense, but this will start to fizzle out in the coming minutes. Like, if he's not able to kill the third base or kill Snow, then he needs to go into Hive Tech pretty soon. But it looks like he wants to do counterattacks and come in and do some indirect damage instead, and getting on top of the rally point and forcing Snow to turn around his zone.
Yeah, he knows that if Snow loses that base, he's going to mine out, and he's just not going to have any income to actually fight him with. But at the same time, Action really hasn't a lot of income remaining anymore either. He's not really mining much in the main base. He's not mining the gas. He's hardly got any drones at the fourth. His mining has been really slow since he's lost so many of these workers. Now a Zealot over here at the top center dealing a lot of damage. Another Zealot going to run by into the main base. This has killed so many drones. It's kind of insane. Action is going to be able to stabilize, but what does he have left? 97 supply, hardly any drones at some of these bases. He actually needs to spread these out a little bit better. Some of the drone smoothing here is not the greatest. Sending more over to the top center would probably be a good idea, but at the same time, these counterattacks have been amazing from Snow. He's done such a good job of just keeping Action off kilter throughout this game with this containment play. Now I guess Action can sort of recontain maybe over here on 3 bases Snow and keep Snow on just 1 base, but oh man, the Battle Zerg is just not trading as well as it once did. It's eating a lot of these storms, and so many of these Hydras are going down basically for free. Another storm goes down on all these Hydras. He tries to push forward here to snipe a few of them, but his army is getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation. I actually don't feel like Action should be trying to do this right now. I feel like Action should be trying to transition into a Hive and just keeping Snow on 3 bases, and just worried about sort of like soft containing this sort of bridge location and this choke point on the left-hand side instead of pushing the issue like this. But he seems very adamant in doing it, and actually there's not a lot of Templars remaining, so we can start targeting down some of these Dragoons. If only he should run the Lurker to the right, run the Lurker to the right. If he burrows his Lurker onto the right, he kills so many probes.
Oh!
Not quite getting the connections he wanted there. If he was target firing a little bit better, he maybe would have killed more probes. Did get like 3 or so probes, but there's nothing to see this DT in the natural expansion. The overlord's in the main base. If he doesn't even know, he notices at least, so he won't lose too many drones. But this is still really frustrating for Action to have to endure at this stage of the game.
Well, this is all of his drones at the 12 o'clock went down to that DT. 13 kill DT. Lost a bunch in the natural as well. He just can hardly produce at this moment, and storms are going to rip this apart. Great dodge, honestly, right there. Only hitting, I think, 2 Hydras with that storm. Action pulling back really beautifully there, keeping the majority of his forces alive. This DT still alive, looking for locations that it can run in once again. That 12 o'clock is mining nothing right now. We are just about out of gas here for Action. He's still got the pedal to the floor, and he is running on empty. He does break in here, kills the last couple of Templar. Oh, the Templar from behind, though. It looked like he was actually going to clear all of these Dragoons, but the Templar coming up to assist, managing to keep Snow in this. The DT still alive in the main base. Are you kidding me? Dealing even more damage. This is insane. 15 kills. And a Lurker being made here. There's only 2 Dragoons versus 4 Hydras. What is even happening? He's going to kill the last Hydra. There's an Archon. That Archon actually clears everything, and the DT's still alive. 15 kills. He gets the Observer. The Observer is dead. The Lurker can kill everything as long as it pops up, but it doesn't. The Archon kills the egg.
I feel like we're watching a micro UMS map or something, but it's a normal game of Starcraft saying, what is even happening in these crazy intense back and forth? DT still going to work. 16 kills now on this Dark Templar, which is still alive and denying mining the natural expansion. No drones moaning at the 12 o'clock position as well. Action is banking on finishing the game right here, right now, and it's unable to do so. There's no cannons here. If he could just get 1 Lurker burrowed in this mineral line, he could completely shut down the entire mining operation of Snow, but he's just barely not been able to do it.
Oh, this DT has been alive for so long. A Mutalisk pops out. Is that really the play? He's going to try and switch into Mutas with 2 Archons here. I think that Snow can hold on. Oh, dude, this has been so insane. We've got 1 Observer here. And no drones at 12 o'clock. There's been no drones there for so long. There's no drones at the natural either. 15 kill Archon here, by the way. Just insane. I am completely out of breath after all this action. It's wild.
All 3 of these games have literally just been the players happy to grind themselves down to the absolute nubbiest of armies, and it's been wild, Sam. We don't usually see games have this kind of pacing or like tempo swinginess, and now he's going to wait for the army to come in and start sniping probes. The Archons are out of position. The Hydra sniper one of the Archons. His army is a little bit in a train right now, so the units are getting shut down one at a time. He dodges he kills the Observer, and he dodges the storms, and he has the 2 lurkers in. 1 Observer, the other Observer goes down. The other Observer goes down. Then we can't break across the ramp without storming the lurkers. Does get a good storm on those Hydralisks, but he's been shut out from mining in his 3rd base critically by these Mutalisks who are now trying to dance against the Archon. They can kill this Archon with good micro, and he might shut down some of these High Templars. This is crazy play out of action. What are we watching right now?
Action just going to work here with the Mutas picking off the very final mining base. All the miners here are gone for Snow. He's going to transfer whatever 6 probes he had on all of the depleted geysers here. Diving in on top of the Templar. These are huge kills. Every single Templar here is just as good as gold. This Archon is very low, but if it gets 1 hit on the group of Mutas, it's going to be massive. He comes in again to pick off more of these Templar, but he doesn't get either of them before the Archon is made. Maybe this Lurker can do the trick. Another Dark Templar coming into the natural. No way. This Dark Templar is going to do so much damage, and Action is so focused here on the front, bringing everything together to try and kill Snow right now. He's not going to notice. Well, he doesn't notice at all.
This game is absolutely off the chain right now, so we're seeing really high-level stuff from both players. He's going to shut down enough of this army on the left-hand side that there's nothing to defend on the right-hand side now. He's finally getting enough critical damage done to Snow's economy that he might have just barely
Observer.
And the Observer, there's one Observer to rule them all, Sam. Like, if he can just keep this Observer alive, maybe he can... I don't know. So many Hydras just died, but there is a decent macro cycle back at home as well. Like, this is kind of crazy. There's not a lot mining for both players, but there's certainly a lot more mining for Action right now. This is a crazy game.
Where are the Overlords right now? We've got no Overlords in any of these bases. The DT has just been running rampant through everything. Action has some defense back at home, but he's just about to get broken here. If he doesn't bring everything together right here, right now, he could just lose this game straight up. He loses the Lurker, the Observer, no need to snipe that anymore. The Hydras are spread. Pretty good spread here. Another nice storm comes down. I think that storm might have just clutched it out. The Archon's going to push through to the win. Snow is just barely breaking through everywhere. This is an incredible story of a game. The ZVP has been absolutely wild, but I think Snow has just barely managed to do it. 6 probes! He's got 6 probes!
I'm honestly, like, so blown away by it. Like, not only is he... Just one game like this would be crazy, but all 3 of the games have kind of looked like this. This is really bizarre that we're seeing this kind of intense, like, raw Brood War. Like, you don't usually see this kind of, like, brutal action, but this is, like, real peak Starcraft right now, where everything is just one big, massive chaos ladder that both players are trying to scramble to get to the top of.
The drones have been found at the 12 o'clock. Action was trying to hide them over here, and they are going to get picked off. Of course, all the probes are also dead.
Yeah.
And there's not really much that Snow can field. However, his army is better than Action's. Just straight up better. We do not have any Lurkers. If we had some Lurkers and maybe some Scourge to snipe the Observer, there might be a shot here, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, if there was a few more Hydras to start, like, gunning down the Archons and what have you, then it'd be a bit different story, but he's just barely not got enough. GG finally called from Action. How is Snow doing it? Like, this is kind of wild saying. He might just go on a crazy double all kill at this rate.
Oh my gosh, it's like a Fast and the Furious movie where the cars are flying, you know, inches over the heads of the main characters, and their plot armor is insanely thick.
Yeah, it's crazy. Are we living in a simulation? Like, what even is this?
Oh my goodness, Shun. Thank God for you, man. I would have just completely blown out my voice and, you know, passed out from lack of oxygen if I had to cast this all by myself. What an intense, heart-pounding game. Snow is going to continue on, though. He is on the route to an all-kill. Could you imagine, after 3 games like that, he continues on to an all-kill?
I mean, I'm here to see it. Like, I want to see it at this point.
My body's ready. Let's go into game number 3.
Let's get it.
Game number 4. Whoops. Oh my god.
That's why you got me as the co-caster. I can handle the chaos.
You can give me a little break. I can actually breathe for a moment.
Someone else can talk while it's all going off. Wild. Imagine actually playing those games. Like, it's one thing watching them. Imagine playing that.
Yeah.
Like, crazy.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh. That hero DT though. Jesus.
Yeah. It's really brutal.
Like, now I have to put those first 3 games into like best of 2024. Isn't that wild?
I wonder if there's a few things that are culminating into all the players treating things more seriously. Like, it's not just the fact that Flash is back. It's not just the fact that they've got events coming up. It's just like everything's coming together to like put more pressure and to having more of a motivation to actually give a shit and try your hardest, right?
I guess so. And Snow is at the absolute peak of his power. I don't know how much farther he can go,
he's got Trump plot armor right now. You know what I mean? Maybe I should make that reference in the cast. I'm edgy enough to make that reference in the cast. I'm doing it. I don't care what anyone says.
Okay, let's go. Ooh, deep breaths here, guys. We don't want to pass out from just constantly casting just some of the most insane games that you've ever seen in your life. Even casting is intense. Imagine playing, Shun.
Yeah, imagine playing, saying I can't imagine. I mean, I've had crazy games with intense task switching before, but that was on a different level. Like, I don't even know how these players managed to like keep their brains even remotely combobulated enough to deal with that. And what kind of plot armor is this from Snow? He's literally has Trump levels of plot armor right now, just turning his head and dodging bullets like craziness.
Well, Snow, how long can that plot armor last? I mean, you can't just go all the way to an all-kill here, can you? Is it possible?
Maybe.
Could we see Snow go all the way? I mean, this would be the most incredible all-kill you've ever seen in your life. This would require like its own YouTube video, like just to explain how insane this this game is, this week of KCM is.
Yeah, like that one time that Snow went Ultra Instinct and like dumpstered a bunch of like ASL top tier players like it was nothing.
Yeah, and he did it like Goku, like just barely at the last second, you know, after getting his his face pushed in and he's like barely able to survive. He like steps off the arena stage with barely any health left and picks up a sensu bean and then does it again a moment later. It's just insane.
It is very wild to behold, honestly. I don't know if these players have access to some kind of like, hyperbolic time chambers where they can like, increase their levels of practice like many magnitudes more than us mere mortals. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like a fire has been lit beneath the nerds and they are firing on all cylinders right now. It is not like Snow's easily crushing these guys either. Like, these are nail biters of games. Like, absolute amazing performance for him to still navigate his way to these victories despite against all the odds being stacked against him in very critical junctions of those games.
Yeah, every single game has been so tight. Incredible performances from Sulky Action and Royal in these games, and still not able to rock this guy. Maybe Light can make it happen where Snow or where these others have failed, but I'm still rooting for Snow here now. Like this guy, he is the main character. He is him right now.
He is him right now, all aboard the Snow train. And I'm feeling it too. I'm not a Protoss player. I'm not even that much of a Snow fan. I do like the guy, but I'm all about it right now. I'm definitely rooting for Snow. And it's kind of scary to think about. But I want to see how this game... I wonder if the things are going to chill out a little bit now and things are going to normalize, or if we're going to see more fireworks. And either way, I'm going to be happy.
A Light could bring out some nasty strategies. You can expect like drops from him, vulture drops, the potential here, but Snow's just been so on top of everything, handling every different curveball that's been thrown his way. I wouldn't expect anything different here. He's getting himself into a very clean expansion with the range on the way, a vulture expansion from Light, so nothing could be more normal than what we're seeing here in this the initial stages of this PvT, but that doesn't mean it's not going to get insane a little bit later on.
Yeah, very true, very true. Going to be picking off this Zealot before it gets back to the safety of the Dragoon that's just popped out. Nothing too crazy here. And looks like we're going to have a fast start out of Light. Now, this might be just for, you know, a Wraith, but knowing Light, this is a Vulture drop, okay? Like, Light is known for doing Vulture drop, and like back in the day, like all the Protoss pro gamers in his gaming team all had their Dragoons just chilling in the main base in their PvTs, and all the other Protoss players never had their Dragoons waiting in the main base. That's because all the pro gamers in Light's pro gaming house know that if they don't put their Dragoons in the main base, they just die. So everyone in Light's pro gaming team had really great anti-harassment and drop and what have you, and for some reason, it took a lot of players a long time to even figure out that Light likes to do this. So he was just dominating so much for so long with these little, like, you know, Vulture drop styles.
Well, it's more memorable, the insane pushes from Light, his maxed out Terran army that looks so indomitable, so unbreakable, but these little moves in the early game, the ones that pick off a few probes here and there and give you the ability to get into that late game are what makes him so strong. Now, mines are being set up everywhere. He hasn't built a bunker. He's gotten away with a lot here, and he's going to go for this drop. You can see Snow already has units in his main, and he's setting up pylons to block vultures from, you know, easily getting around inside of his main base. He's got a great little wall going on here. He's got units everywhere, making sure he can see every part of his base, just in case the drop tries to come into the bottom left-hand corner. He's got a Dragoon down there ready to go, and I don't think this is going to deal too much damage, but let's see what Light can make happen. Yeah, look at that beautiful wall
that's nice.
of gateways. Triple gateway as well, so he's going to have so many goons out to deal with anything that's coming forward. He's even going to maybe spot this? No. He's got the one observer out in the front. He's going to send one Dragoon to start clearing mines. Beautiful decision making here from Snow. Oh, that's actually a pylon down there. He sees it. He sees it. He's going to go after it now.
Nice. This is pretty much optimal from Snow. He can just cycle the probes to the north mineral patch to deny a few of them from dying, and the Dragoons will come in here and swallow up the rest. And you can't come in here to save the vultures because of the angle and the way the Dragoons are waiting on the right hand side. There's no opportunity to retreat and get the vultures out alive. So you're also almost guaranteeing the vultures dying as well as not taking much damage. So really, really stellar stuff here from Snow, both understanding Light's style, but also dealing with it in a very cost-efficient way. And now going to be going into his, you know, trademark Reavers as well, which might also make Light want to think about maybe making a Wraith or going into Fire Factory here, because he's just so good with his Reavers.
Oh, he's going to try another drop.
Does
he focus down the dropship? No. Dropship will get out, but that was completely shut down. This is beautiful play from Snow. Not even, you know, making the mistake of pulling back and thinking that the drop play is over. He just stays in the position. He knows that that dropship is still alive, still a threat on the map. He clears it out beautifully. He's still got Dragons in the main. He's expecting another drop here. I think that Light is going to give up on this play, though.
Well, he sees such few units with the Observer. He's just a little bit worried that, okay, maybe there's a few more Vultures just chilling out on the map. And it's a possibility that there could be another a third Vulture drop. And the only way that Light is happy is if, like, you give up on your Vulture drop defense. Like, okay, there's no way you're going to try it 3 times. And you come in the 3rd time and actually kill, like, 8 probes. Then it's, like, a little bit more annoying then, right? So, yeah, just guaranteeing the game state like this is really optimal from Snow. He knows there's only 2 factories to worry about. There's no push timing that could kill him. He's mitigated enough of the early game threat that, yeah, he's pretty much going to be comfortable and safe no matter what happens. And we got a very fast science facility coming down in the bottom left to obfuscate it being scouted by the Observer. So he doesn't want Snow to know that he's teching.
That's really interesting. Oh, the scan right as carriers start. That is crazy. I mean, he's going to have that science facility here in time to start +2, which is just perfect for a counterattack. He's going to build a ton of factories right now. He's just going to come out and try to end Snow before his carriers come online. That +2 is so important. So important for these Goliaths to start actually killing off the interceptors.
Yeah, that's the card that he's selling to Snow, but he's also got more late game insurance with the science facility coming up. He will be able to go up to the better upgrades and what have you, which will maybe make Snow misread the game state a little bit, assuming that, you know, he's able to trade better in the mid to late game stage when his carriers get online, but then realize, oh, hang on a minute, your Goliaths actually do have good upgrades, and you've got vessels all of a sudden, EMPs. Like, yeah, suddenly, like, this could, like, turn the tables a little bit here for Light in the future, because he might just assume this is nothing but like a 6 factory timing out of Light, but really he's got a bit of insurance policy with this tech as well.
Lots more gateways coming in right now. I think that Snow may just build only gateway units to try and shut down this attack.
Yeah.
And then switch into carriers a little bit later, realizing that he's going to get a lot of pressure on him here early. I don't see +2 started. When is this +2 going to start? It's so important against carriers, guys. The interceptors, when they come out, they'll start to fight, and as soon as they lose their shields, I believe, once the shields are gone, they actually return to the carrier to regain their shields. But if you've got the +2, you can actually eliminate those interceptors way quicker, and they're not able to get back to the carrier as often to regen those shields. It's actually a really big deal in this matchup, in this situation, to have that +2, and he does have it on the way now. It's going to allow him to annihilate the interceptors way quicker, but it's not quite there yet. It's going to be a little bit longer before that's online. He's going to start the push now, though.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah, the main issue is just not wasting damage on the interceptors to give them, like, an infinite health pool. If you can actually kill the interceptors rather than just let them constantly regen up, then eventually you will whittle down and just basically pull the fangs out of the snake before it can have a chance to bite you. And now we see a big move out onto the center of the board from Light, and there's not a lot of units here. He does get the sniper of that Reaver as well. Even, like, not even getting to get the connection on that Scarab actually ended up dudding there. So everything is going Light's way. I think finally the plot armor of Snow is starting to fall apart here, and maybe Light is going to be that hope at the end of the tunnel here for us to see a little bit more of life and hope for the other races.
Well, I've thought the same thing a couple of times already, so I'm going to go ahead and withhold my own judgment here. See what Snow can pull out, how many units he's going to have when this push finally comes into play. There are a couple of carriers out. 2 more are going to be on the way here shortly. This probe, valiant fight against the Vulture, does end up getting taken out, though. Walking into mines right now, not the greatest, but he's going to sacrifice 1 Zealot to clear all of that out, and he will try to get the 4th base online. There's just started now a 3rd base for Light down at the bottom center. Drops could shut that down pretty hard. I'm surprised to see Snow trying to take a 4th base while this is coming across the map. I feel like he really needs to build up a big army to deal with this, but
I'm not surprised.
Light is being very slow.
I'm not surprised. I think Snow understands that there's Light's strength is in his timings, and if he cuts just a little bit, he might just straight up die. So I actually really like him taking this 4th base very slowly, especially because he doesn't know about the science facility, right? Like, he's not aware of the tech options of Light. So as far as he's concerned, Light might be doing like an all-in timing, two base timing on him, and he just needs to make sure he's got enough stuff. So make sure that the Stargates are always producing, make sure all the gateways are producing, and then we're happy. And then we don't die, then we get our carrier fleet, and then we get our 4th, and then we win. So that's the way he's seeing the game right now. But he's not also aware of this science facility, so he thinks it's just going to be 1-1 Goliaths. But very soon we'll have +2 finishing up on these Goliaths, and they'll be able to fight a lot better.
Yeah, what I was saying was that I was surprised he was taking the 4th base at all. I thought he was just going to completely focus on units here and not try to take that. But he is getting it up and online here. He should be able to get probes over that location pretty soon. He tried to move into the middle of the map to take a nice wide trade against all of these units, but he's actually going to end up falling back with his army and setting up another wide concave once Light pushes a little bit farther forward to try and dive on top of this. Ah, man, this is going to be crazy. +2 is not quite done. It's just so close. He hasn't bought enough time for that just yet. He's actually pushing forward, I think, a little bit early. A bit of an anti-timing here for Light as he tries to get into this pocket. And Snow is going to have a lot more Zealots and Dragoons coming out soon. He doesn't have speed, though. Is that going to be a huge factor? A lot of Vultures here. So many Vultures, considering that this is a carrier play. 6 carriers are now out. The Dragoons are backing up, falling away from this. It's going to be up to Snow to just kind of play a very defensive and, retreating game here. Fighting retreat. As everything pushes forward, he's going to drop something down here at the bottom center. A Reaver coming out to shut down this base. This is huge.
Yeah, slowing down the time on that 3rd is definitely going to be huge here, Saiyan. And, this is looking pretty good for Snow. But 2-1 did finish up just a few moments ago. So now a little bit of hope for the trades. But so far, a few of these tanks being siphoned off by this little small fleet of carriers of 6 right now. 6 is a very strong fighting force, though. 4, they can start to fight. 6, they start to become a lot more potent. The 2-1 upgrades will allow Light some opportunities to keep trading, but it's still very hard for Light to come in here and actually do what he wants to get accomplished, what he needs to. He needs to set up, actually start getting into this expansion and killing some of the infrastructure and probes and the mining of Snow here, but he's not got enough Goliaths left over to fight these carriers, and now the reinforcements are cut off from coming in here, so eventually Snow will just bleed off these Goliaths and kill all the tanks for free, and this is looking a little bit disastrous for Light, who hasn't got this 3rd base to kind of fall back into anymore. Well, meanwhile, Snow has a 4th base of his own setup that he can probe transfer too soon. So this is looking pretty disastrous for Light, I would say.
Light is going to split off some tanks, but 3 tanks are not going to kill the Nexus in time. He's definitely going to be able to save that. He didn't kill the Nexus at the natural. He killed a lot of probes, but look at the overall supply. It's just so much favoring Snow at the moment. Snow is actually going to pick up his Reaver and leave as well. This Wraith was sent down there to deal with that, and it ends up not getting the kill. So many things have gone wrong here for Light in just the past couple of minutes. It's kind of shocking.
Honestly, the plot armor is real. Before I was starting before I was starting to think, okay, maybe we're starting to normalize a little bit here, but no, guys, we live in a matrix. Snow is basically the Trump of Starcraft, and we don't even know what's going to happen.
He's going to be able to clear out all those mines. It's really a precarious situation with so many probes mining on top of mines. You just have to get that observer out there to deal with that. The Reaver over here on the left is so sick, just sitting on top of the ramp. Any vulture attack that comes up there, you're going to lose 4 vultures immediately, just to 1 scarab shot. So Snow defending with the absolute minimum here, utilizing his signature carrier Reaver style. Nobody else does this, but Snow does it amazingly well, and I don't know if Light can bring this one back, man. It's feeling absolutely dire. He's just now taking his 3rd. It's 16 and a half minutes in.
Yeah, and it's 9 carriers. I mean, at this point, you need easy EMPs to soften up the carriers first, or you need to be able to stop them from mining so you can whittle down the interceptor count, or you need mass cloaked wraiths and you scan kill the observers and then you kill the carriers for free with the wraiths and just hope there's no dragoons around to help. There's so many little things that maybe could win the game for Light, but everything is just looking so unlikely to be transpiring. He hasn't even got the resources to do a lot of those things, so he's just going to be committing to pure tank Goliath and hoping for the best. And I think that with good control, Snow will be able to outmaneuver and whittle him down here. And I think ideally Light wants to maybe even take the middle base soon as another expansion to keep some minerals churning in, and if he can maybe stabilize, prevent a 5th base from going up for Snow, get the middle mining, then maybe we got something to talk about. But for the time being, I'm not too sure that's going to be happening soon.
Yeah, 60 supply advantage here for Snow. He's looking for that killing blow. This is a big army for Light, but that's so many carriers, so many interceptors, and even without Zealot speed, he's still going to be able to just walk up here and fight this army without too much trouble. Sniping the tanks, controlling these carriers, dancing them back and forth here over top of this Dragoon army. An easy victory from this position for Snow, and you know, he had another hard-fought game here. Not as hard-fought as the previous 3, but still, this was a challenge.
Yeah.
Light gave him a run for his money, but in the end, the plot armor, like you said, too thick. Snow is going to take this one. GG is called. Light taps out, and there it is. On the way to a double all-kill here for Snow.
Wild. Wow, man, this is getting crazy. If he doubled all kills, like, yeah, this is going to be an amazing week of KCM. It already is, but that would be like special, you know?
Holy. Dude. If Snow double all kills, I'm gonna change my name to fucking Love Snow 2 or something like that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's mad. It's not like he's doing it against players like, you know, like Barracks and yeah, like he's doing it against like pretty much more or less the A team of the A team that both the other 2 squads can provide. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. How has this happened? I mean, we've seen Protoss just getting dumpstered recently, complete flatline, and now Snow is like, well, time for me to step up, show you guys how it's done, Pro League style, and just take out everybody. Crazy.
Yeah. I'm all about it. I want to see these players, you know, have that fire lit underneath them and go even crazier than usual.
Yeah. My gosh.
I think that we see some of the purest StarCraft in KCM purely because it's very high level StarCraft, but there's no live event, so it still allows the people with slightly weaker psychological aspects to their game still be able to perform at their best. Whereas if you
it's online,
whereas if it was live like ASL, players like Snow, they're very good still, but they're way more likely to choke and not be as consistent. So I think we see a higher quality of game overall in KCM, generally speaking.
Maybe true. All right. Our final Zerg player here, Queen, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, Snow in the top left. This is an insane week. I'm loving it here, Shun.
Me too, man.
This is this is so much fun. I love to see Snow, you know, live up to what we expect from him. Just the Protoss Flash is what we'll be calling him if he manages to take down a double all kill here.
Yep.
Still not quite at that level when it comes to online or to offline play, but online play, he's definitely deserving of that moniker if he does it here.
Yeah. And we were just saying off screen about how KCM is kind of special in the sense that it seems to provide very high level games on average, and I think that does come down to the fact that there is no offline pressure for these players, but still a lot to play for in terms of, like, you know, bragging rights and money and other stuff like that. So I think it all culminates into very high level games, and with the race war format having no mirror matchups, I also feel keeps the game feeling a lot more alive, and the matches for some reason do seem a lot more raw.
I absolutely agree with you there, Shun. A lot of insane games, and just so much fun not having mirror matchups as well.
Yeah.
The extra layer of sort of competition when it comes to the races competing to show, who's the best, which race deserves to dominate. It's really a fun aspect of this tournament as well. Yeah, this hiding is really, really good, but Snow's not going to give it up. He does not expect a 9 pool here, and he's going to stay and just annoy the heck out of Queen, who went for that overpool in this game.
Yeah, I love to see it. I mean, what's so special about players of this caliber is the tiny little mind games and little micro battles that they fight on all levels, both in like the first 2 minutes of the game on like how they maneuver their workers around and what have you, and how they try and obfuscate their tech choices and the pathing of when they want to get what when. But I always find it fascinating how players like Snow seem to be extremely consistent at it, and like we used to see with Flash, right? Like, it's not just the fact that they're good, it's just the fact that more often than not they're coming out on top on all these little tiny mini games. And because like StarCraft is a game, but it's almost like broken down into lots of little mini games that you're playing as well at the same time, right?
Kind of have to break it down into lots of different little mini games if you want to have any chance of taking out or taking any games, winning any games. You have to kind of break things down because it is so complicated, so complex.
Yeah,
it would be impossible to take on everything at once. So breaking things down like that, I think it's a great mental exercise, and I think that's one that a lot of these players utilize in their practice. Now, Lings are going to get into the main, which is very annoying here for Snow. He was trying to use the bare minimum of Zealots and probes to prevent this from happening, and now he's actually moving out with 3 Zealots, which is looking kind of rough.
Yeah,
he might end up losing the pylon. Has he made the first really big mistake in this series that we've seen so far? Queen might just pull him apart here if he plays this out correctly.
Yeah, I mean, he's been like playing like cold as ice this game, but I mean, the matriarchy might just melt him, and might have a different kind of armor going on for the Queen instead. Maybe Queen will do a little bit of a reverse action and take out the entire Protoss squad. It definitely is possible. But you know what? I don't want to call it, because in all the other games that we just cast saying, I was thinking the same thing as well. I was thinking, do you know what? This is looking really good for the non-Snow player, and then look how we ended up. So I don't want to call it just yet, but he's doing a great job of being annoying and putting on some pressure onto these, but hasn't critically lost like many of his workers or what have you. So all things considered, unless he just straight up dies to any follow-up Ling pressure, I don't think this is like too much of an issue for Snow. But losing a couple of probes is annoying.
Yeah, pretty annoying here. That's really slowing him down. He didn't build a cannon in the main mineral line, and these 4 Lings are likely going to have speed finish up pretty soon, which makes them very dangerous. He's just trying to keep these alive as long as he can for that speed to finish up. Lair is on the way. Queen is doing everything behind this that he should be, teching up, building drones, getting into his next stages of the game, while continuing this aggression, this harassment. Pretty difficult thing to do, but for a player the quality of Queen, it's just another day at the office. He's just keeping these alive, no problem, while getting everything going with his build. Snow is struggling. Snow is struggling right now to keep these probes alive while getting his Stargate out and everything.
Well, he's going
to be having a hard time.
He's a great task switcher, but when things are on his terms, in the sense of like when he knows that he's controlling a Reaver right now, and he's going to be like, while he's harassing you with the Reaver, he builds this at this time. But when like something goes wrong in the early game, and like you've got some Zerglings in your base that are being controlled well, things can start to spiral if you're not really got that drilled out in your head of you do this when, because a lot of the times in PvZ you don't have to task switch at this point in the game, so it's probably one of the weaker things that Protoss players have to deal with, because they don't get a lot of practice doing this, because not a lot of Zerg players can do what Queen's doing right now.
Well, you know what? Snow is playing really, really calm right now. He hasn't sent out Zealots to die out on the map or anything. He's not panicked and thrown down an early cannon. He's got a cannon now that it's time to have one. And that's going to protect his probes in the main. So the damage that can be done by these Lings in the main is kind of diminished. It's not really a factor anymore. A lot of Lings out here in the front. Is he actually going to throw away these Lings right after I said, or these Zealots, right after I said he wasn't going to do that? That would be crazy, Caster's Curse. It looks like he's going to lose 1. but I guess the rest are going to survive. No, that one survives. What?
Stop jinxing
that's
it,
crazy.
Sam. Stop talking. He lived because of you.
That is wild. And +1 should be nearly complete. He's going to start to move out now a little bit. He does have speed on the way. As soon as his Citadel finishes, he's going to hit this timing. I guess he gets in here just in time. Ooh. The Scourger there, though. Oof.
But he does keep
keeping that alive? Really?
Yeah, yeah. He broke,
wow.
I mean, yeah. It's kind of wild. Like, if he had sniped that course... Oh, he does go for the intercept. He does go for the intercept. He can get this.
Really, really close here, but looks like Queen didn't react quick enough. I don't think he can catch it. He's gonna make it to the cannon. He's gonna make it to the cannon. He saves that? Are you kidding me? That is wild.
Armor is real right now, saying like, what is going on in this game? This is crazy. Snow is just. I don't know how to explain it. Like, how is he seeming so consistent, so strong? Everything's just aligning for him. Like right now, like the universe wants Snow to be killing both squads here. That's for sure.
Wow, not even the dive of Scourge over the cannons can kill any Corsairs. He reacts perfectly and handles it. And there's Mutalisk out right now. He's going into Mutalisk, and Snow didn't lose even a single Corsair. He's still producing Corsairs. He's going to have +1 soon. Speed is going to finish in a moment. He's going to have a good timing to come in here. I like the Sim City from Queen, but can he hold this attack? Can he hold this pressure from Snow? I think it's going to be a little bit tough for him. He's just finished that speed so he can run on home. Get the Zealots out of there so that he won't lose any... Oh, he's going to get the drone. Get it! Nice job getting one drone here.
Yeah, I mean, he's also disrupting the mining of some of the other drones that just finished and what have you. So the mining is also not optimal, even though he only killed one drone. It just put a thorn in the Zerg's side a little bit and causes a few frustrations and hiccups for them to clean up before they can go back to doing what they want to do. And didn't really commit much for it. And yeah, I mean, I thought that Queen was going to get a little bit more done with those Lings in the main base. I thought maybe 1 or 2 more pros were going to die or what have you. But yeah, all things considered, like not much was done to Snow, despite him being a little bit flimsy in how he initially dealt with it. He did stabilize very strong afterwards. So we're going to be seeing a very strong 6-hatch Hydra kind of play out of Queen. It's going to come down to execution and macro from both sides. I don't want to call the game by any means. It's just even if like Snow was losing right now, I wouldn't want to say that he was losing. You know what I mean? Like, it's getting a little bit crazy. But chasing these Zealots with the Mutas does give him a lot of free damage on those, and he wants to bait these Corsairs in a trade right now. If he can get just like a few of these Corsair snipes, then like Snow needs to remake those to be safe again. So just killing like 1 or 2 of these Corsairs would be huge. But so far, Snow hasn't been baited into that trade.
Just watch the micro from Snow. He's like the only one who can do this micro with the Corsairs where they kind of like flick back.
Shot, yeah.
And yeah, they do that like crazy flick shot that almost nobody can do. Really, it's Snow versus the world right now. He's playing the 4th race. He's like not even playing the same game as these other Protoss players. Yeah, he's the Xel'Naga, accomplishing what the puny Protoss in other weeks of the KCM just couldn't manage to do. Taking home a win, actually. I'm calling it a little bit early. I imagine that Protoss is going to take some sort of points this week because they've been flatlining for the past like 3-4 weeks. All on the back of Snow here. The Xel'Naga is coming through strong.
I mean, I'm feeling it, yeah. Like the plot armor is certainly Xel'Naga level. You know what I mean? Like, that's for damn sure. So he's at least got like Xel'Naga technology working for him. Or I don't know whether or not he is Xel'Naga or whether or not like he's just one of the chosen that are being uplifted by the Xel'Naga. You know, to be the perfect of form or whatever, or essence or whatever it is. I can't remember the exact law. But yeah, like honestly, it's been kind of wild today, just how well things have been going for Snow. And Queen does seem to be playing pretty good. He's getting his 4th base online. I don't think anything's going to happen in this game for a few minutes, Saying I think both players are going to be chilling.
Well, that's a change of pace. We haven't seen a calm game for quite some time, or even a moment of calm for quite a few different games here. It's just been absolute crazy action the entire time. Can Snow win a game like this over Queen? Like Queen just able to play, completely calm here. Might be able to overwhelm Snow unless he can create some chaos because he seems to thrive in those environments.
I think so. But yeah, I think this is the game that Snow is most likely to lose so far. Like with Queen having control over these bridges and being very healthy on supply right now. Yeah, Snow needs to come out onto the map right here, right now, before the contains get set up. If he can break out now, he's still looking good. So this is actually a great play from Snow. Beautiful storms. All these cuddle hydras as well, and the lurkers are not finished up. So this is actually a really great critical timing. The lurkers do just hatch out as the storms go down on those eggs. So a little bit of waste of storm, but now the lurkers are kind of clumped up, so they can be stormed by the follow-up High Templars as well. So pretty good trades here from Snow, and starting to secure this middle ground was very necessary before that contain got set up and those lurkers finished. So great play from Snow. He does keep himself like alive and healthy in this game for the time being by doing this. So really great critical timing from him.
Oh, the Observer coming out at this timing is just so clutch, just barely as he's breaking through. He kills all of the lurkers and pushes things back, but he's got no storms. He's got almost no zealots here. He makes the Archon and backs away. This was an incredibly close hold or breakthrough from Snow. It was like almost a containment there on the bridges for Queen, but Snow is now unleashed on the map. He's not got a very strong army, and he could be pushed back. But even if he gets pushed back across the bridge, there's still the opportunity for Snow to come back across before lurkers are ready and in containment position once again.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically reset the power scale a little bit there, just so there wasn't a critical mass of Zerg that could set up a contain. Like, Snow's not winning the game right now. It's just that he's whittled down the army to a point where he won't just be contained and like slowly whittled out of the game. But now he hasn't got that many forces to muster to secure his fourth. So now he has a new problem. So he solved one problem, but now he's created a few more problems to solve, because taking this fourth base will be just that little bit more trickier.
No, it's just roaming around the map, looking for options on where they can strike here to get a few drone kills, but Queen seems to be locked down pretty strongly over on the center right, but as he sets up more lurkers in the middle, things are going to get harder and harder for Snow. He'd love to hold that middle ground in the center of the map. If he manages to hold that as a Protoss player, it's usually the end of the game for the Zerg. So the fact that Queen is holding this doesn't mean that the game is over. It just means that, Zerg can continue on in this position. We can still see Snow take this high ground base as his fourth, whereas if Snow was holding the middle and Queen was trying to take the fourth on high ground, it would be just about over, because storms can always come up from the low ground and annihilate those drones. Now Snow pushing here from his fourth base. Right after starting to secure that, he's going to try and take a good trade here, falling back as soon as he's cast his storms. Oh, did something happen? Shun? Hello? I can't. I lost your voice there. Don't know what happened.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Now I hear you.
Wait, that was weird. Like, somehow my microphone got muted, but I didn't mute it.
Oh, that's strange. Let me take a look at the recording, just make sure that everything was recording properly.
I didn't even have my hand on my keyboard to mute my mic. It just got muted somehow. Now we're living in some Twilight style shit right now. Like, weird simulation things are going on.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
oh, what?
I have to hit my keyboard to mute my mic. Like, I have to hit like my page down button. I didn't even have my hand near my keyboard.
Okay, looks like you were recorded, at least. So, let's figure out.
Where were we at?
1440. You can come in.
What was I saying before that? What
I was talking. I was just talking about he just casted the storms.
Okay.
He's just gonna, like, he just traded by coming out He comes out, he casts the storms, and then he just pulls back.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah. So 1440. Can you see the screen? Yeah. Okay.
Wait.
Just a sec. Just pull back.
Yeah.
장윤철 선수는 9시 쪽으로 해서 조금 약간
Okay, recording. We're going 1440. You can start to talk.
요거 세 개가 끝이에요, 지금. 정면 쪽으로 아마 다 일어나서 병력이 움직이게 되면 예, 충분히 밀릴 수 있는.
이게 김명훈 선수가 조금씩 잠식해 들어오고 있습니다.
자, 한시로 다크 어그로 끌고 히드라 한 부대 가량 끌어준 다음에 돌려서
밀고
측면으로
올라오는 스톰이 한계가 있다라고 아까 말씀하셨죠?
네,
자, 스톰 한 방.
스톰 세 방의 끝이에요, 세 방.
근데 뒤에 대기 타고 있는 병력이 더 있어요.
네.
Wow, really impressive stuff here from Queen. Even like task switching in the top right to quickly dispatch of that Dark Templar while sending most of the Hydras to the front to reinforce. Got Hive fully on the way now. 3 Evos. Just going to be ramping up into normal late games. Like finally that Defiler Mound throwdown to get that critical plague ability eventually, which will help spell disaster for Snow with those cost-efficient trades, allowing the Cracklings to really start to get their value. And they're looking pretty like strong for Queen. I don't want to call it though. I feel like if I say it, Snow might win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Snow has been pulling out some miracle wins over and over and over again this series. It is going to take a little bit of grinding work to actually take out Queen here. Great storm on a lot of these Hydras. He's got a big critical mass of Dragoons, and we just saw the Defiler Mound start, so it's a long way from the Darkstorm coming out here. Defilers are not going to be added on for quite some time. We've got just a couple of Templar in this group. Does he have enough to push through? He needs a few extra storms. Get 2 more on high ground over here. And yeah, this is a lot of Dragoons to fight with. Maybe he can break through just before the Defiler Mound comes online, before the Darkstorms can come and shut down all of these Dragoons.
Yeah, at the moment, this is still just more or less just Battle Zerg on crack. So at the moment, we don't see that critical efficiency with these Zerglings. We're still getting some work done, coming in, opening his position, trying to get a wedge in between the 2 armies right now, and see if he can get some damage done at the 3rd base while kind of siphoning off units at the rally point and maybe weakening the overall army strength of the Protoss player, who still needs to keep a lot of forces in position to defend this 4th base potentially. So we can't bring all his forces to bear to defend against us right now, and the Queen knows that. He's trying to exploit that fact right now. He does got a few lurkers set up to kind of block off the reinforcements from the rally point, so it's forcing Snow to make some really cost inefficient decisions here, and he's getting a few of the probe transfers back to the 3rd base as well. So overall, this is going pretty Queen-sided, despite the fact that Snow is clearing this up. So yeah, really impressive stuff from Queen. He's got a lot of army out in the middle of the map ready to go again as well. He can choose to keep coming across these bridges to be annoying, or he can eventually launch assaults onto this 4th base location.
He might do both at the same time. Queen is consuming a bunch of links right now. He's ready to initiate the assault here on the 4th base, and then has an option of pushing over towards that 3rd as well. There's no cannons set up over there just yet, and even if there was, it wouldn't be helping out much against this Crackling plus Defiler army. Link's getting up here, some storms get thrown down. It will be a solid defense from Snow this time, but the trades are going to get better and better now for Queen, and he's secured his base in the top right, staying 1 base ahead of the Protoss critically, and pushing forward here to try and annihilate this 4th.
Yeah, and Protoss players are very particular about their hygiene. They don't like Cheeto dust getting stuck all over their faces and fingers like this saying, but the Zerg are just fine with it. They love being filthy, and they're getting a lot of work done right now, really putting the pressure on to Snow. Very difficult for him to make these trades work. And look at this, further on attacks in that 3rd base location like we were expecting. Going to be cleaning up those rally units and pressuring this 3rd base simultaneously, keeping the forces of Slow split, and now driving a wedge between the 2 forces to prevent them from getting any help from the rally point. And now lots of probes going down to this lurker, saying the subterranean spines of that lurker, ravaging 7 of those probes. And Ling's going to work in the 4th base as well, ripping apart the heart of Snow's economy at this present time. A big train of lurkers just barely saved in nickel time by the sonic shockwave of that Archon, preventing the further shot from finishing off that line. But it doesn't matter, enough critical damage has been done to Snow right now.
Oh, this probe transfer is not going to get caught. That was so many probes making their way over here to the 3rd base. The last real hoorah of the economy of Snow right here. He's barely hanging on right now with a 10 supply deficit. Ling's just flooding these areas, and even though, you know, we've got Archons, we've got Templar Storms, and a bunch of Gateway units, it's just not going to be enough. Snow finally cracks under the pressure. The plot armor is broken, and he falls apart. Can the rest of the Protoss squad carry it through to the end? I think Snow is going to be incredibly disappointed if that's not going to be the case here.
Right, some return to normalcy, maybe.
Holy.
Man, I need to take a leak after that. That's crazy.
All right.
I'm glad that we're going to see a bit more of a mix-up, though. I was happy either way. Like we either see a crazy double or kill, or we finally get to see some, you know, other players taking spotlights and shit, and other, you know. And I don't want to see like the Protoss squad just stamp it out. I think like Queen and what have you are going to do pretty good as well.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back.
Yo.
Wagwan.
Oh my gosh. Oh, what an insane week, man. Just crazy.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Alright, I'm ready.
Let's get it.
유튜브 KCM 기도 10만까지 한 2만 8천 9천 남았더라고요. 네. 10만까지 빨리 씹어보자.
Alright, the main character has been dispatched. Snow is out of this week of KCM, but I mean, he doesn't get the all kill. Dude, he so deserves that 2.2 million won all kill prize at this point. The amount of work put in by this guy is insane. Like, just look at the position he's given to the Protoss. Queen and Sharp are coming out right now. One of them's going to be gone. So these two Protoss players that are left over only have to take out one opponent. That is it.
Yeah, it's an astute observation saying this is one of the issues that these other two squads have got, is that there's not only one life, one hope for them to even have a chance at dispatching the Protoss team. So yeah, Protoss still going to be feeling pretty happy despite losing their main protagonist. And what fine plot armor he did have as well. Like, he was meant to die at a very specific time. You know, he had plot armor leading up until, like, you know, the climax of the season, and he dies at the end, and he's the martyr of the season, and like people feel even more connected to him now because he died at the end, kind of thing, right? He's meant to die, but at a very specific time.
Maybe he's like Gandalf. He died, but he's gonna be back a little bit later on. Just pulling the heartstrings here of the fans, of the viewers, and then, you know, bringing him back as a reborn, like a phoenix coming back stronger than ever in the next week. I think that's what's going to happen. Well, We've got Queen versus Sharp here. Everything is opening up normally. These two players. Finally, we're going to get some ZVT. Been starved for this matchup all night.
Yeah. And so far, we do have a bit of a change of pace, though. We have a bit of a matriarchy, you know, Queen currently in the commander seat with his 1 win over Snow. And he's probably going to be looking to, you know, get his own pseudo all kill in the sense of just dispatching these remaining players, even though he's not able to get the prize anymore.
He can.
Oh, he can?
If he kills all the Protoss
players. My bad, guys. Yes, he needs to kill all the Protoss players, and then he can get the all kill prize, of course.
Yeah, I think there's something else there as well. This KCM is now sponsored by LG Ultra Gear, so I think they've added a prize on there as well, like a monitor or something like that. So if Queen does manage to reverse sweep the entire Protoss squad after taking out Sharp, then he will get that 2.2 million plus the LG monitor. I think you just like give Snow the monitor though, like just as a like, hey, you know, I got this all kill, but you actually earned this.
yeah, I can see that.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but that would be the honorable thing to do. Now Queen has his speed finished up. He will be able to pick off this SCV before it can make its way into the main and really confirm the tech. But he gets in here, sees the natural, he sees the amount of drones, and Queen's actually going to take the base over here at the bottom center. This has been a very trendy play on this map, in this matchup. Take that base rather than the base that would be normally reserved for the third of the Zerg player, and then build up into a Hydralisk Defiler army and take the fourth between your third and your natural, which makes it a lot safer.
Yeah, in terms of like unit flow and like being able to like, you know, put all your rally points onto this high ground plateau, it just naturally works out a lot better for that kind of style at least. And yeah, I would say it makes a lot more sense playing like that. And even in Zerg versus Protoss, it can be interesting to play that way to like kind of give yourself a guaranteed fourth base to take safely later on to not make things a little bit more complicated. Yeah, for whatever reason, it does seem to be a little bit more trendy these days to have this approach to the expansion part thing, and I think there's a lot of reason to it. And I think it's very valid and probably really strong on maps like this because of this high ground plateau especially.
Yeah, it really seems to be one of those strategies that evolved out of necessity because of the map. And Zerg versus Terran is one of those matchups that is most affected by maps and the way that everything is positioned. It's incredibly important, and it does lead to some very like different approaches to the matchup when new maps are established, when new maps are placed into the pool. And it's good to see you know, Zerg's finally figuring out the optimal way to play here right before this map probably goes out of the pool.
Yeah, I would think so. It's nice to see Sharp is on brand with his turret timing here, you know, living on a knife's edge, making sure these bunkers and turrets are finishing up just on the nick of time before taking some critical damage from these mutalisks that are now making their way back into the main base with 8 as well. So one-shotting these SCVs and only a 1 turret able to fire on this main mineral line. It's a very difficult base to defend against mutas, and looks like Sharp's choice is just to put on the pressure and try and, like, you know, at the very least bluff Queen into turning around. But so far he's not taking it. He's just going to dive onto these turrets, and there's not enough time for the SCVs to repair that one in the main. So now this whole position's completely opened up. A lot of mining time being lost here. If he's safe back at home and doesn't take any damage to this is crazy good for Queen.
Yeah, he's going to finish up 2 sunken colonies. The third is not quite there yet. These mutas are going to come back, but they get caught in the middle of the map. This is a great kill for Queen. Sharp pushing up towards the natural. He does turn to move towards the third now, though. That third has no sunken colonies in defense. Does he know about it? It seems like he's just hanging out on top of the plateau, trying to trying to connect his 2 armies, reinforce these positions. He does get everything together, but a lot of the Marines do fall. This army is looking strong, though, and Queen was forced to pull all of his drones away from that bottom right, expecting that the Marines were coming that direction. He actually scans there, sees it, and is actually going to head on back home, not sending anything to go and kill that base. Instead, focusing on the defense back at home, realizing there's no drones at that location.
Yeah, I think Queen was worried about him splitting off like 2 or 3 Marines to just run in there and gun down all the drones. So that's actually really smart from Queen. And now that he's saved that little tiny bit of economy, it's going to make a big deal now that he goes back to start mining there and has those 4 drones that he doesn't need to make anymore. So I really like this from Queen. He's being very thoughtful and careful in his approach to the game. Needs to be a little bit careful with how he engages with the mutas from now on, because these mutas are already softened up and his only map control is the mutalisks right now. So he needs to be very careful with how he engages from this point onwards, because if he makes a few missteps, it can spiral out of control very quickly.
The Galaxy Brain play from Sharp would have been to just send a couple of Marines over towards the base, you know, blocking any transfers from getting down to the bottom right. But he sends everything back home. Now he's got a really big army of Marine Medic put together with this 4 racks play. He's managed to field a very sizable force of Marine Medic to push everything back across the map. Will he be able to get down here to the 3rd base, though? I didn't see the Hydralisk Den. I'm not sure if that's in play just yet. But he needs something extra to stop this Bioforce from getting down there and just ravaging his economy. Oh, these 5 Marines are going to split off, try to go for that base. They end up getting picked. And now the force is looking much, much weaker for Sharp in the middle of the map here.
Yeah, I think both players have been cutting heavily on their tech. So even though I think he's got a Hydra Den or a Queen's Nest, but I don't think he's got the tech fully online yet. And the factory was really late from Sharp as well. It's like both players have had to like cut their tech respectively because they're both committing into units so heavily. And the damage that Queen did to Sharp early on was like sufficient enough to really force Sharp to want to try and get some damage done with these Marines, which is now coming back to haunt him a little bit because he hasn't really done any dents into Queen besides just slowing Queen down a little bit. So and he hasn't got vessels or anything, so his own timings are hindered enough that I'm a little bit concerned for Sharp.
Sharp is not taking great trades with these mutas either. Every time Queen flies in, he's getting at least 2 Marines, and there's hardly any damage going down on the mutas. He's not reacting quickly enough. He's not stimming, running forward, and hitting the mutas when they come in for the attacks. Just like this, every time Queen comes in, he's getting kills, and there's hardly any return fire from Sharp. It's not looking good for Sharp right now. He needs to push down towards that base or fall back and wait for the vessels to come out so he can push away these mutas. But sitting out here in the middle of the map, I don't know about it. I feel like Queen could eventually overwhelm this position as he builds up more and more mutas, but is he transitioning? We've got some buildings in the main base. That actually might be his transition point here, getting into lurkers before Sharp comes out with those vessels and actually puts the pressure onto the 3rd or the natural.
Yeah, I mean, both players have slowed down their relative tech timings by a good minute or 2, I would say. So it's kind of interesting to see this. We see Hive coming online before even lurkers. Finally now Defiler Mound being made. So he'll probably make some lurkers as an afterthought. And then I think we might see mainly just this, the sort of go straight into Hydra Defiler kind of style. And we'll only mainly see a few lurkers initially just to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed. But I really like this game state for Queen. I mean, the vessels are so slow. They're going to be finishing up at around 12, maybe 12 minutes 30. And it's just too slow.
Yeah, the damage earlier on with mutas in the main base of Sharp, it's just a little bit too much. He wasn't able to return fire in any serious way. On 3rd base has been mining happily without any drone losses for a little bit too long. Great move so far from Queen, and another base is going to come up here for Sharp. He's going to try to start expanding out on the map. But this is from a deficit. It's going to be really tough for him to deal any damage. Maybe he needs some lotto ship. Maybe he needs something like that to actually deal serious damage to Queen and bring him back in this game.
Yeah, no, I think he does have to force the issue. He has to do something that's really high risk, high reward, because I don't think maintaining the game state is as good as it should be in this position for him. And he's even going to be getting his production exposed. Does get an irradiate down onto those mutas, but pretty good split from Queen mitigates the majority of the damage done. Now he can swing back in and force another irradiate and get on top of a science vessel for a snipe, and killing one science vessel, even though you're taking taking a lot of damage to this muta stack being irradiated. It's still an okay trade for you. Like, it is kind of unfortunate he's losing that many of his mutas, but to be honest with you, it's really hard to get value out of those mutas at this stage in the game. So, you know, getting a Science Vessel snipe and forcing out a couple of irradiates is actually pretty big damage indirectly, because that's like 2 to 4 irradiates at least that won't be available to start irradiating these defilers critically and start laying siege to the Zerg.
Right. And, you know, there is this option now with all the Mutalisks being killed. Doesn't Lotto Ship become way stronger?
Yes.
We don't have that extra defense in the main base. That could push Sharp to take a risk on just a bunch of dropships coming out. Like 4 dropships into the main base can completely flip the game on its head if they're not caught by Scourge and Mutas just flying on top of them immediately as they start to aggress. So let's see if Sharp decides to go for a play like that. There's still a lot of units in the main, and we've got a Defiler there, so ostensibly Queen is ready for this, but the spread of Marines as you drop out with 4 dropships, it's hard to deal with even at the best of times when we've got units in position already.
Right. Yeah, it's just so risky going for that Lotto dropship play, hence the name. Is that why we're probably not seeing it? Because Sharp understands that if it doesn't bear fruit, he's just so behind and probably dead, because he won't have the kind of vessel count. He's already behind the curve in terms of tech, so if he slows himself down anymore, he has to do critical damage. So it puts a lot of pressure on that drop being super successful, and it's just maybe asking a bit too much of that strategy. And look at that, losing another vessel to his hopes of just irradiating a Periscourge for a good trade. Even that doesn't go his way. So far, it does get the snipe on the Defiler there, though. That's pretty critical. So there's a little bit of life in it for Sharp. If he can come down here, start laying siege to the Zerg, maybe there's some hope, but shutting down this base is the only thing that's going for him right now. I don't think Queen super cares about that.
He is going to be able to deny the 4th for now. We've got 1 factory in the front. I don't see an armory. One thing that we saw from Flash in his return to the ladder was adding on triple factory with an armory really quickly so that he could really smoothly transition into massive tank army with a bunch of Marines and vessels supporting that. As you go up into that 4th gas, you're actually able to support quite a few factories alongside these vessels as well, but we don't have that 4th base out for Sharp just yet, and we only have the 1 factory with no add-ons, so that's leading me to believe that Sharp is not adapted to that play just yet.
Yeah, it's a style choice. I think you only see some players go for that. They're much more likely to say, like, go for BCs or something they're more comfortable with as a transition, rather than like throwing down the free factory. Some players are also, they like the variant where they do the transition and they go mines first, so they like mine up the map and then do the tank transition and do more of like a mechy transition in fully. But the biomech style is a good middle ground to kind of not, like, you know, commit too heavily into it. But gonna be maybe getting the cancel on this 4th base again is Sharp, and this can start to become annoying. Like denying it the first time is not that big a deal, but denying it a second time is now okay. Now we're starting to do some pretty critical damage to the potential Zerg infrastructure, because that 300 gas a minute that he's losing out on is actually gonna become a big deal very quickly. And yeah, any delay on it now is going to be absolute great damage done indirectly to the infrastructure of Queen at the very least. So he's got that going for him. But now these Ultralisks are going to be starting to churn out, Sam.
Well, Ultra is actually not good against Battlecruiser. I thought he was going for a Hydralisk Defiler side. What? Where did this Defiler come from? My god, just gets here into the natural and puts a plague on every single unit in the rally point. This is a huge swing for Queen. He drops another Darkstorm there. The Ultras are not going to fare too well. I don't think that he's actually paying attention to that right now, though. If he was, he would just stim and kill every single Ultra, but he's being so distracted by the attack into his natural and these vessels going down that he's actually not able to deal with that at all. This extra starport in the front is going to get picked off as well. Now there's enough chaos for Queen. I think he's going to be able to push out on the map pretty strongly. Again, the 4th base gets denied, though. That is actually a really big kill at this point. He's denied this so many times. It's going to be really hard for Queen to get that 4th gas online, and he's taking a lot of damage from these well-placed Marines here behind the mineral patches. Finally will be cleaned up. Dude, where the hell did that Defiler come from, though?
Yeah, it was a Defiler from Narnia. It was kind of wild. Like, he must have sneaked it around from his 3rd base location and walked it all the way up to the north and all the way around the outside of the map and then snuck it from the top right into the natural expansion. Very, very, very interesting attack vector, but does really pay off in a great, spectacular way. Trying to get away with these Ultralists being hunted down by those sharking vessels, but do get a couple of radiates out for their trouble. Need to be careful not to just lose those vessels to be gobbled up by some Scourge later on, though. So needs to return them very quickly to the safety of these bioforces, which are basically supporting the vessels. You can think of the vessels as your main army in a sense, and the Marines are like your supporting units, and your tanks your artillery.
Pretty good size army over here in the middle of the map. Vessels are coming out to try and get a bunch of free radiates. How many will be punished by Scourge? So far, none, as they all return back to this army. And the Ultras are getting picked off in small groups, small chunks around the map. This is not looking good for Queen. If he keeps losing Ultras like this and taking these big, powerful irradiates, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's actually... Wow, Sharp is sending his army way over towards the bottom right, potentially. But there's nothing over there to fight. He actually... Keeping the army in the middle of the map is probably going to be a better call. Ooh, saving all of those vessels is really important. So many Scourge were just wasted by Queen.
That's a lot of gas, and Queen is actually strapped for gas. He's just now finished his 4th base, trying to take this main base on the right-hand side that preemptively Sharp was already going to kill before it got made. It's interesting. But yeah, with this 4th gas, finally Queen would have some more life in this game. That extra 300 gas a minute is critical and does allow him to keep making things like Scourge and what have you to keep sniping the vessels. I think like there's just barely enough for Queen that he's going to be able to get this 4th gas online stabilized, but it has given a bit of time for Sharp to do so himself as well. I'm not sure if he's remaking those starports he was trying to make earlier into his own main base now and going up to BCs again, or what he's going to do as a follow-up from this. He is taking this base at 9 o'clock. Having that 4 gas available to him does basically give him endless... There's the BCs, so I think he's at least got the 2 starports churning out BCs, but I imagine he's also got a 3rd starport made in his main base at least somewhere.
I'm surprised that this base didn't go down on this side. I felt like Sharp was actually going to get that kill, but he's not able to get in there just yet. Marine's going to make their way down here. Does he have a Defiler with this? Looks like the Defiler just going to barely make its way up here in time. Drops a Darkstorm and a Plague on the battle cruisers, which is great. A good value out of the Defiler there. But this base is going to go down, and probably he can just... Oh, another nice snipe there. He could probably just repair these 2 BCs in the mineral line and send them out once again. Yep. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Here's the Marine Force breaking this. He actually needs to send the Marines back right away to deal with the next attack that's coming. He's wasting a bunch of time down in the bottom right, killing off the larva with those Marines when they need to be over here helping out, defending this base. Battlecruisers are doing a fantastic job dealing damage to these Ultras on the ground, but it seems like Queen is actually going to break through here with a little bit of help from these mutas.
Wow, I'm actually kind of impressed. He also managed to mow down all of those vessels with the Mulus. Now the 4th base is getting countered, though. Marines cleaning up the drones and denying the gas being mined, though. Some Scourge flying in from the main base to help pick off the remainder of those battle cruisers. But the repair was just barely good enough to keep that battle cruiser alive. It was really low on HP. It was kind of crazy. Like, that battle cruiser surviving is kind of insane. Now there's a lot of damage being done to Queen in this bottom right, and he's siphoning off the Lings that are rallied out. He denied the base at the 6 o'clock, so there's no gas being mined there. Queen's going to be depleting his other geysers now. This is getting a little bit wild, actually. It's kind of crazy that Sharp is finding a way of making this work, but so far he's doing it.
Yeah, he doesn't need that 4th base. Like, he wants to get that online as soon as possible to get back onto 2 base mining. But as long as he keeps the Zerg here on just 3 bases, he knows that that 3rd gas will mine out soon. He's already, delayed long enough for the main and natural to run out of gas. It's such a small trickle of Ultras coming out Defilers are almost not going to be an option at this point. They're so necessary, but they just cost so much. He's even going to pull the Lurkers now. You know this is desperation mode with Queen pulling the Lurkers from the third base to actually join this fight. The Marines are actually be catching a lot of the reinforcements, but this is Lings and Ultras on top of the production of Sharp now. This is getting really insane. Irradiates are going to be key here to remove some of these and kill off some of these Ultras, lowering their HP so that the supporting units can break through. These battlecruisers are going to be protected by a D-Matrix. He saves it. Oh my goodness, Sharp is breaking through to the natural. Both players are almost on top of each other's production facilities here. The base at the natural is going to be taken down. Everything popping out of these barracks is just getting minced. Sharp, does he have a bunch of bunkers at one of these bases? As long as he's got a good, strong defensive position on his side of the map, I think he's going to be okay as he pushes into the main base. He's going to be able to kill all the tech.
Wow, I mean, I hope there's ultras that are popping out of those free eggs, and even if there are, I don't think that's going to be enough. Like, this is crazy from Sharp. Like, he was looking like he was pretty much out of this game not too long ago. Now he's in a commanding position. Finally, the surround comes, and he might just barely have enough here for Queen to clean this up, but the tech is being targeted down by those BCs. He will not be able to continually make Scourge anymore, and he's not even got enough to make enough Scourge to maybe kill these BCs right here, right now. And the BCs will one-shot the Scourge as well, unless they've got a lot of armor upgrades. So yeah, this is kind of a real rough spot for Queen to be in. He might even do some of these drones.
Wow, this is insanity. What a game.
What a week.
Yeah, what a week just in general, man. He's going to pull back the BC. He knows that he needs some more defense. Eventually, there will be Hydras or whatever pop out and deal with that, so he gotta keep this alive. Oh, the SCV's not on the bunker in time. That bunker will go down. Pull the SCVs. Get on that last bunker. Oh my god, Sharp's a little bit slow on it, and he might not be able to save the bunker. No, the bunker goes down. That's so painful. If only he'd had that surrounded earlier with the SCVs. He certainly doesn't need the mineral income right now. He's got 1,700 in the bank. He just needs to keep these bases alive and remake some of these barracks so that he can bring this back.
He hasn't even got enough space to build the depots to stabilize. Like, he's going to struggle for building locations at the moment. Just he's trying to squeeze in all these depots again to be able to start to make units. Meanwhile, that will give a tiny bit of time for Queen to maybe squeeze out a few drones. He has got this base being remade at 6 o'clock. Desperately trying to... I don't think you need that many drones. That's how much he wants gas, you guys. He's like, how many drones are we mining gas? Yes, all of them.
Yeah, he's sending in all the drones. No barracks, no bunkers were reproduced here. Oh my goodness, he's actually going to get through. He's going to break this.
Oh,
the irradiate's very good, but Queen with the presence of mind to pull away that ultra that's been irradiated just to make sure it doesn't kill any unnecessary or get any unnecessary kills on Lings. More Marines are out though. He is able to produce once again. He's got 40 supply open to start making Marines again. There's a Spire over here at the third. He's just barely hanging in there, man. Queen, he's going to start to lose drones. 18 kill battlecruiser is dealing so much damage. There's no anti-air. How are we not building spores right now as Queen? He's going to lose so much because of this. And GG! What?
Unbelievable.
You're kidding me. This one battlecruiser clutches it out. That is insane. He gets the clapper and the head shake there from KCM. Oh my goodness.
That was the BC I got repaired earlier. Oh my god, what is going on in this week of KCM saying? I'm enjoying it though. I'm all about it.
Oh, dude, it's just wild. No more all kill for this week. Queen has been taken down. Sharp versus Bester Bisu. It's going to be our next match.
Crazy, man. Wild. I'm gonna get a drink, man.
What the fuck just happened?
You were like, oh, we're probably gonna have a nice, like, you know, chill, like, cast, and like the game's been like 40 minutes long, grinding each other down to a nub of economies and tiny little armies, literally skirmishing at the end, like, to finish each other off.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I don't know what's going on. It's almost like whoever made the simulations getting a little bit bored and they're just spicing things up a little bit, you know?
Oh my goodness.
They've been playing The Sims for a long time. They made the houses and they got them jobs and they did everything like you're supposed to. And then like, okay, let's like, put them in a swimming pool and take away the ladders and see what happens.
Chaos. Just they hired like Randy Random from what's it called, RimWorld, to just start spawning in random shit.
Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it?
Well, this could be the last game of the night. We got Sharp versus Best. Oh my goodness, here we go.
Hang on. I'm gonna take a quick leak and then
Okay, I'll take one too. Well, that's crazy. Good God.
Yo.
Yo.
All right, buddy. You ready to double team this?
Yeah.
Let's get her done.
Okay. Let's do it.
주장이네요. 주장, 김명훈 주장, 조기석 주장.
오, 세다.
그러니까 요 세 명이 주축이 돼서 팀원들을 뽑아도 셉니다.
Wow, just when I thought that this series, this week of KCM couldn't get any more insane, another fantastic game. Their queen gets taken down by Sharp in an absolute nail biter. It's
Yeah.
what is even happening, Shun?
I'm thankful that we put on the earrings and did the fusion dance before the cast, just so that we could keep up with the power level of this game. Like, these guys are moving so fast, we're struggling to keep up with our eyes, but we were just barely managing it, like we're not quite on their level, but we're high enough that we can kind of sense what they're doing, you know what I mean?
Right. My voice, you guys can hear, is starting to go. There's been so many hype moments in this cast. I mean, we're expecting a few, but it's just been hype moment after hype moment over and over and over again, and I'm starting to fall apart, but I'm loving it. Let me go ahead and take a nice rest after this cast and get prepared for next week, man. It's just, that's what I'm going to be looking forward to for the whole rest of the week. Seriously, this has been amazing.
Yeah. It's really weird how like earlier on in the season I was saying basically like every week's just been getting better and better, and unironically it has been like that, hasn't it, where it's like it's just been getting more and more intense and things haven't let up yet. It's just been getting, it's almost like like a pressure cooker, and the pressure has been building constantly. And I'm all about it, saying I love to see this raw, intense StarCraft where players are whittling each other down to a nub like that. It's almost like two chess players that are so confident in trading off their pieces. Their hands are moving at lightning speed. They just know the calculations. It's like, I'm still going to grind you down and kill you with my tiny last little army here that you didn't manage to figure out 50 moves ahead.
That's right. It's a little bit of a shame we've got Troy here, TVP, for potentially our final map. I don't know how Sharp is going to try to play this one out, but it is pretty tough to deal with a Protoss player on this map. It's Troy, of course. We've got the assimilators at the front with the simple fact that if you can kill one of those assimilators at the Terran base, you completely lock them out of ground army getting out into the map, and it's just so tough to deal with. We saw, I guess it was last week, right? Or was that even a couple of weeks ago, where Light did that insane 3-base play where he went directly into 3 CCs and then...
Yes, he was bottom right.
Was that Best who did a recall into his main and killed his assimilator?
Yeah. It was a couple of
What a
weeks
crazy
ago.
game that was.
A really good game. And the most recent week, the crazy Troy game you're thinking of is Snow versus Queen. You know, the fight over 6 o'clock with the Guardians.
Yeah, that was wild too. So we are... this map is known for hosting some amazing games, but in this matchup, it's rare. It's very rare. Let's see what Sharp can do. He's coming out with the first Vulture, targeting onto this Zealot, but the Vulture is actually being targeted by the Dragoon. It's going to go down here in a moment. One more shot will finish that. And probes are making their way over here too. What are these doing? Oh, if he just got the surround on that Dragoon, he probably would have finished that off, but... Now, actually, Sharp's going to be pushed back, and he can't take his natural just yet.
Probes actually can trade the battle calculations on certain fights. Say if it's like only Marines left, like 2 hits from a particle beam is 1 Dragoon shot. So there are very niche situations where like a probe getting in like 2 shots on a Marine can actually make a big deal.
He's putting on the pressure right now. Sharp actually has to move. This is one of those situations, a weird situation that comes up only on Troy, where it's like, dude, if you don't come out here and fight me right now, I'm going to kill this assimilator, and then you're going to be locked out of this game. You're not even going to be able to play anymore.
Yeah.
And he does force him to come out here. Sharp is going to push and bring the tank forward, but he loses an SCV kind of for free. Now can he kill the tank? On high ground, I just don't see it happening. Marines are going to push back. All these Dragoons can't get that extra shot on the Dragoon with the tank. He won't be able to kill any of these. He should be able to start a bunker here, though, on high ground in just a moment.
Yeah, so far so good for Mr. Jinsu. Looking very sharp indeed with his openers. Hopefully that can maintain itself, because, I mean, one small misstep and, like, the 4 Dragoons run in and snipe the tank, so you need to be very cautious still, even though you got the high ground advantage. And he's going to go into the 4 Dragoons now, just before the second tank is able to be shooting back at the Dragoons. But 2 of the Dragoons very low on HP, so Best needs to be careful here, because 2 of those Dragoons can just bite the dust with those arc light cannon shots from those tanks, doing 30 damage a shot. So really heavy hitters, even though they're not in siege mode. You need to be very cautious with your Dragoons.
Being pretty cautious here. Best somehow keeping all of those alive. I really don't understand how they were in that army and fighting with the tanks, but just barely staying out of range of them every single time. Playing with fire, though. Best just keeping that alive by the skin of his teeth. Now forcing the Vulture here into the center left. That's not really where it wants to be, but it kind of has to go over here now and just lay down all of its mines at the 3rd base. Otherwise, it will be taken out. Here comes Sharp with a little push. He's got a few Marines. This could go well. It could also fall apart brutally if Best gets the right snipes. However, quite a few of these Dragoons are low, as we mentioned earlier. So maybe if he takes this engagement a little bit poorly and a mine connects or something like that, or the tanks target down the correct Dragoons, he could just pick off a lot of these. Oh no, the tank is stuck!
The Marines are blocking the tank. That's a critical error there from Sharp. He actually had a good little pocket of high ground to work with to prevent the Dragoons from getting a favorable trade. So he was safe and chilling there for a moment. But the tanks getting blocked like that is a critical error. Yeah, he should have manually pathed his Marines to not let that happen. Unfortunately, like that's what happens sometimes when you control your units individually and you got your Marines and tanks on different hotkeys, and suddenly you're trying to run your tanks away from the front from getting sniped. You're not telling your Marines to move either. So yeah, a little bit of a miscalculation there from Sharp. Big management issue on his controlling. I would say like this is a little bit of a worrisome situation now for Sharp because he hasn't really accomplished a lot, and we've got the Reavers coming up to pressure him, and we already like got a tank sniped. It's a little bit worrisome, I would say.
It worrisome indeed, and a base over here. Definitely the right choice from Baz. Just gonna go ahead and grab that island with the shuttle that he was gonna produce anyway to make the Reaver harassment happen. Everything just flowing into itself, making this a very strong play from Baston. He's gonna drop the Reaver in the main base. Looks like there's definitely enough to handle this attack, and a great pull away on that tank, making sure he doesn't lose any of these, but they're very low now. He's got to be careful with that, running right into the turret. Oh, he loses it. Whoa, that was a big turnaround. That's a big moment. Best just lost his shuttle for free.
I mean,
kind of crazy.
That is kind of crazy. Like a little bit uncharacteristic of Best. That's something like you'd expect out of YSC, not Best. So yeah, unfortunately, he's looking a little bit more like, was it? Oh my God, the Dragoon just barely doesn't block in time. If that was rallied differently, that would have blocked. Unfortunately, he didn't notice and didn't re-rally the gateway, nor he would have been able to calculate the Dragoon was going to be finished up in time. Really unfortunate here for Best. More damage being done in the main base. Sharp is very good with his Vulture controls, so he's doing a great job target firing those individual probes down with those Vultures, getting maximum value out of those Vultures. Even that one Vulture there with 5 kills alone. So big damage done for Sharp, and that's got a lot of life given to him now, and a lot more wind in his sails for him to blow forward with.
Dude, Snow has to be ripping his hair out right now. How is his squad throwing this lead that he's gifted them in this series? Best just falling apart, losing his shuttle like that, flying into a turret, and then back at home not having anything in the wall to defend against this Vulture attack. This is exactly how you lose to someone like Sharp.
Right. Now, Sharp is a very good player, but usually he's the kind of player that wins with like his tactical control over his units and the game state. Whereas if you're in an advantage against him and he's got to be forced to come to you, like Sharp isn't someone like Flash, or he's not really super cerebral. He's a very talented player. He's a smart guy, but he's not quite on the same level as some of these other Terran players. So he does kind of rely a little bit on these like sort of like mini games of the tactical engagements with the Vultures to kind of get small leverages that he can then utilize in his timing pushes as follow-up.
Absolutely. He's the one who gets the Vultures in. Like 90% of the time he's going to be able to deal damage to you, and he relies on that damage to give him a bit of an advantage so that his slightly weaker, maybe less perfect control push than other Terran players is actually going to be able to get the kill on a strong domineering player like Best. Oh my God, that mine connects on the entire force here that was meant to be slowing down the reinforcement train of Sharp, and now that that's been badly damaged, Sharp should actually be able to push out with tanks and Vultures and kill that, and then move forward to reinforce freely his position here, and it is a beautiful position indeed. Turrets are coming up everywhere. He's got 4 Goliaths ready to snipe that shuttle the moment it comes in. He's in like a little pocket here just below this ramp, and he's almost in range of the Nexus. He's just about to get into a position where he can actually start to hit that. Another mine goes off. 2 Reavers over here on the other side, going to be slowing down those reinforcements. It's just best plan right now to stop reinforcements as long as possible until he's got a huge critical mass of Zealot Dragoon to break this.
Yeah, it's really beautiful stuff. He even circumnavigated those Dragoons in the center with some Vultures to reinforce the position. So these Dragoons really not accomplishing anything like Best was hoping for. Even going to be repairing up some of these buildings is Sharp as well, keeping the spotting alive and well on the high ground. It also glitches out the AI of the Dragoons a lot. A lot of wasted damage will go into those buildings when the Protoss player finally decides to move out. And it's kind of crazy the amount of shots these buildings can absorb from the Dragoons in those engagements as well. It's so valuable to have even just one building is great, but if you've got like 2 buildings to soak up damage and scout for the tanks, it really becomes annoying for the Protoss player.
Ticking time bomb here. That one tank is able to hit the Nexus over and over and over, and eventually it's going to be able to take it out. Best has to pull the trigger. He's got to make this work right now. He's going to come forward with the shuttle. The shuttle not being targeted down very quickly, but it does go down in the end. Great mind connection there on all the Zealots, so the Zealots just vaporized, and now there's none left to deal with the tanks here. The Dragoons are all getting cleared up, and dude, Snow has got to be just red in the face right now. How can this be happening?
Yeah. Yeah, the Great Ape is frustrated at his own Great Apes here. I mean, you can't blame him. He basically handed them this week on a platter, and they're fumbling it right now. They're like the waiter from the first Tomb Raider game on the PlayStation, constantly trying to follow you around, but just clattering with that tray and like seeming a little bit feeble at the moment, and you just want to lock him in the freezer, Sam.
Oh my goodness, the Nexus getting lower and lower and lower. The timer is running out here for Best to break this. He's going to pull the trigger. One more attack. Is this enough? Zealots, even if it's enough to kill the units at the bottom of this ramp, there's still the tank over here on the right-hand side, which is just pummeling this Nexus over and over.
This is absolutely wild. He's going to absolutely destroy Best here. I don't think there's any chance Best can win. He had this third base on the island, which can't really be touched by Sharp, but it doesn't matter. He had his core sniped, his tech reset for a few moments, so he couldn't even pump out that many Dragoons. Huge mine hits!
Oh my god.
Those probes, so many probes just died to those 2 mine detonations. Absolutely insane damage. It's insult to injury right now. This is all just to like slap it into Snow's face. Like, we thought that Snow had plot armor, but no. Like, it's the reverse is true. Like, if anything, it's like they're trying to like build Snow up so strong just that he can fall all the more harder, Sam.
Flashbacks of previous games of Pro League where Snow's carrying out of control the entire game and his team still finds a way to lose. Bass taps out. Sharp's going to go to the final game. The reverse sweep here.
Absolutely
wild. God, Bisu. All Protoss hope is on him now. He has to win this or Snow is going to explode.
Imagine being Snow right now watching this, how helpless you feel.
Oh my god, we're going on Troy again.
I don't care what happens at this point. I just want to see a wild game.
Come on! What? Why?
Oh my god, dude. This is gonna be funny. Come on.
Oh, no way.
Come on, let's get it.
All right. Let's go. Oh my goodness, guys. If you could have heard our mutual reactions to seeing Troy as the final map. Oh man, what a shock.
Yeah.
Of both of us. Like, how is it happening again here? Bisu gonna be sent out versus Sharp on Troy. Oh my, like everything is going in the Protoss favor right now. Seriously, like this is such a Protoss favored map. It's nuts.
I mean, if now if Bisu still loses, can you imagine how mad Snow would be?
Oh.
Can you imagine? It's Troy as well. Like it's Bisu and it's Troy. Like
yeah,
you'd be. I don't even know the emotional range. I don't even know the emotional range that he'd be going through. But I wouldn't want to be in the Protoss dugout.
Well, you know what? Props to the Terran squad for actually leaving Sharp for the final Terran player, right? This guy is so good at TVP.
Yeah.
He's incredible in this matchup. He also took out Queen, right? Which is just insane that he managed to win that game. It was so freaking close.
Yeah, I would say Sharp is like not a top tier player in the sense of like he's not SS tier, you know what I mean? He's not like super top tier, but he's just below that. He's like one of those more promising like second tier players that you really have to respect. Like he has got so much finesse to his game, and the fact that he forces the issue with his style by playing that like, you know, faster gas, faster vulture pressure, like force the issue with that kind of mentality. I actually kind of respect that more. Like it's been harder for him to find success with that. You know what I mean? And the fact that he's been able to do so, I you know, more props to him.
Yeah, Sharp's like a TN level of power. He's like, you know, not one of the strongest characters out there. He's a great supporting character, though, and he puts a lot of effort into his play.
TN never stopped. TN never stopped, and that's why he had a chance against Cell, and that's why he was so relevant to that Cell saga, man, because he never stopped.
Absolutely. Now, Bisu is going for double gateway. Absolute scumbag play. We're going to see potentially a, almost definitely actually, a shield battery here at the front. He's just going to try and kill that assimilator. That is literally his only goal in this game.
Yeah. Yeah. It is cross map, so the rush distance is a little bit longer than Bisu would like in this situation, but it's still very frustrating for Sharp to have to deal with these two gateway proxy in the natural like this. It's still a hard hold for him, but the cross map does give a few extra precious seconds for him to work with in that defense.
Sharp is messing up the micro a little bit here, not spreading the Marines quite well enough, and there's the shield battery coming up. The Marines are not getting shots off here when they should be pulling those back. He could be trying to block just that little entrance with the Marines or with the SCV, but he's again letting the SCV get behind the Marines. This is a little bit rough. He needs to just barely hold on to this. That's all he needs to do right now. I'm surprised he just doesn't build a bunker. Why not just build a bunker in between the assimilators here and just hold? Try to hold. He's actually just going to try and do it completely with Vulture and Marine. And now that there's two Vultures, there's a good chance he can save this.
The probe's helping out the damage.
Oh, he's just going to go for the assimilator. 90 HP, 40, 31. There it is. Gets it. Now the Vultures can't even get out of the base. I think this is GG, just about.
I mean, at the very least, it's going to really frustrate the game for Sharp. Like, if this is a win, it's a back-breaking win. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, absolutely. I know what you mean. This is going to be just torment. You know, he's in the hell realm here of Diablo.
Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. He actually got the Vulture over. Hey. Nice job. Nice job. That was pretty good.
Well, when you play the game on harder difficulty, saying if you still got the skills, you can still make it work.
Yeah, I guess so. Does pick off that what's it called? Energy, the hell, shield battery. That's it. Can Sharp? Can he actually get a CC out here? Is that possible? Bisu, I mean, he's just going to be putting on the pressure endlessly, and it looks like Sharp wants to go into a dropship. I mean, you need a dropship now, 100%. Just get out of your main, but. Maybe he wants to go for like a Vulture drop. That could be a way back into the game. I don't want to call it over, but it's just so hard.
I think you have to make the dropship. You can't not make the dropship in this situation, right? Like, even if you're just using it as a ferry, you have to.
Yeah, it's such an expensive way to get your army out onto the map. Not just in terms of the actual monetary value of the dropship, but also just your attention as a resource is going to be sapped so hard by trying to get this out. Now some Dragoons are out on the map. We've got mines in the middle. It looks like Bisu just wants to go around those and then try to get in here to the natural. Thank goodness Sharp was able to get this one Vulture out on the map. Otherwise, I think he would have been a little bit boned here, just not able to bring anything to the front. And there's only 4 Marines sitting here on the high ground. Dragoons would have absolutely wrecked that.
Yeah. As it stands, like, I don't know how Sharp... if Sharp can get any damage done with this vulture drop, though, we might see a very weird game where he might. Do you reckon he could? Would you, if you were Sharp here, do you think that he should still take his natural expansion, or would you consider like dropping an SCV and taking your island here, or like do you think that's a bit weird?
You could just build a CC and just fly over to the island. That's fine. He's just gonna take his natural, kind of crazy, but once there's a bunker on the high ground there, it takes a bit to actually break through that. It's gonna take some time to get in there. Nothing at home, and this is gonna get in. This could deal huge damage. We don't have an observer, so he's gonna put mines behind the entrance.
Ooh, yeah.
And oh my god, this is gonna be craziness. He runs away with the Dragoon to make sure that he can get away from these mines, and I mean, one Dragoon takes 1,000,000 years to take this out, so he's gonna kill so many probes. It's gonna be wild. And also running in with his army, just another mine connection there. So much of Bisu's army just went down because he's trying to clear this quickly, and he is not clearing it quickly. There's so much damage. I don't even know how many probes went down. That was wild. 8 kills on this.
There is not enough flex tape for how much damage was done there, saying that was crazy. Absolutely wild. We even missed some of the damage because the observer had to, you know, like hide the mini-map just to see what was happening under there.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Like, so many probes bit the dust right now. Bisu only on 26 supply to Sharp on 41.
What? Oh my god.
How has he done it? Snow is going to be going crazy.
Snow's gonna be losing his mind.
There's gonna be people.
I hope he's not watching this. I think he's probably just turned this off at this point. He's like, I just don't even want to.
I'm done with this.
I just don't even want to see. Yeah.
I washed my hands of it.
Yeah, I did what I could. Let's just move on. Oh my god, more vultures getting in here. This is at least another 6 kills, guaranteed. Ugh. There's 3. There's another few more mines connecting here, killing off even more of this. One more vulture going to get out behind the mineral patches, and there's not even enough to put 1 probe on each mineral patch at these 2 bases at this point. And it's crazy.
And while this one vulture is distracting those dragoons, we got another follow-up drop coming into the natural just to clear up what little hope we had.
Get out of here, Sharp. Oh my goodness.
This guy.
Dude.
We were talking about it earlier. We were talking about his style, his this is his brand, and he's the best, one of the best in the business at doing this, and this is the one thing that claws him back into the game. I mean, this is beautiful.
I said it like almost jovially earlier on, you know, oh yeah, maybe that like he gets in with a vulture drop and brings himself back in this game, because I just thought it wasn't even going to be a possibility with the size of the lead that Bisu had accumulated from just killing that assimilator. And if he had kept his Dragoons back at home, that would have been the case, but he left everything out on the map. He wanted to go across and put more pressure onto Sharp, whereas Sharp, he never even thought about a drop. He didn't even have it in his mind, it seems like.
Yeah, very, very peculiar. Honestly, a little bit let down by BC from that. But, yeah. I mean...
imagine Snow. You're let down. Imagine.
Could you imagine, man? Imagine if they were in the same building. Like, you couldn't just, like, you had to face each other after the match, you know what I mean? Like, imagine the tension in that room.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, Bisu's got to be embarrassed about the way that this one's been going. He is set up to defend on both sides, but there's so many dropships flying around. Eventually, he's going to find some way in here. A tank gets dropped off. That's actually going to do quite some damage. He drops another vulture tank drop over here into the natural at the same time. Getting a mine here right on top of everything. Can he get this to connect? Oh, so close. Not quite able to get that. Looks like he will lose the dropship. Oh, please, Sharp, do not throw from this position.
Yeah, can you imagine? Imagine Bisu still wins this game is what's so crazy about. No one knows what's going to happen in this week of KCM. This is crazy. It's unprecedented. No. We are living in the simulation, okay? We have Trump levels of plot armor going on. Everything's crazy. We don't know what's going on. Alex Jones could probably make sense of this, but we can't.
No, we cannot make sense of this. This is just unbelievable. Sharp. Is it time to just float factories out into the front? It's going to be so cumbersome. And he just lost 2 dropships, or he lost 1 dropship. back there. He's actually just going to build them out in the middle of the map.
Yeah,
Why not?
This is so crazy. You have to be crazy to make sense of what this is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In a crazy world, the sane man is insane. Is that how the saying goes? This guy, I mean,
I think so.
absolutely wild. We're gonna have I thought there was actually a building floating out to take the third, but that's barracks that was floated out. So we're still 2 base to 2 base. There's still some hope for BC to come back, but he's so far behind, it's almost insurmountable. Of course, I said that just a moment ago about Sharp before that drop came through, but it's going to be really difficult for Bisu to find a way back into this one.
Yeah, and also Sharp has these options of like getting pretty easy to secure expansions. It's not like on other Terran versus Protoss situations where you have to push out and take your third. He can just take this island as his third to be super safe. Like, yeah, this is a pretty comfortable position to be in as Sharp. So it's basically his game to lose if you think about it like that. But I mean, Bisu can still obviously win the game. It's just, I really do feel like it's going to come down to whether or not Sharp makes any major blunders. And I don't think that's going to happen. He's just going to roll across the map with these tanks right now. 2 dropships in the main base going to be intercepted. One of them does go down, but anything comes out of them. The remaining dropship actually not in position to drop anything right now. They're on top of the buildings right now. So both dropships go down about unloading anything in the main base for Bisu right now. And Sharp, meanwhile, using the remainder of forces to push into natural expansion. There is a Reaver out, but the shuttle's dangerously low. Reaver does get taken out, and the Reaver does. So it's kind of a weird play on both sides. Both players losing some pretty critical units there. Both utility of the dropships taken out from both sides, but there is still a pretty sizable force of Sharp now starting to lay siege to this natural expansion soon.
Well, that was insane. If Sharp had just waited for like the bulk of the army of Bisu to come out to face this, like he needs all of his army to fight this army in the front, right? If he just waited for that to happen and then sent in the dropship, easy win here for Sharp. But he actually sends the dropships in as he's starting to push forward, which results in both of them getting killed and actually Bisu having a hope, almost a hope against the hope with the army. Yeah, a prayer here is what he needs. He's just, I mean, like, what does he need to have happen here to bring himself back? Like some sort of drop with a mine connecting on like a huge clump of army. Maybe that would be possible. He just goes after the shuttle just to remove that. He gets rid of the shuttle. He gets rid of the Reaver. GG is called. Wow. Sharp wins. Oh my god!
If you were going into this week, could you predict that Sharp was gonna be the guy that like, was stepping when all is said and done? Sharp is the guy left when all the dust is settled after all that craziness.
It's just been back to back surprises over and over again, hitting us with Soul Key going out first. Everything went into like a twilight zone. And a weird, we went into the underground or whatever it's called, the upside down in this series, man. Absolutely wild.
That's for damn sure.
Only one Zerg win this entire week, and it was over snow. So at least Queen was able to stop the rampage of snow, but he opened up the way for Terran to take the week. So wild, man.
Crazy.
So wild.
I mean, I'm happy
at least
about it, though.
Protoss got 1 point.
Yeah. After that performance from Snow, they get 1 point. I mean, yeah. If you were Snow right now, like there's either like 2 acceptable reactions. That one is like you're detached from it, where like you're just done with it and you don't even want to think about it anymore because it annoys you that much, or you want to like do backflips off the wall in frustration.
Yeah. I mean, I know what I would be doing. I would be just raging against the machine at this point. It's absolutely crazy that Protoss was not able to take a win this week. Bisu and Best falling flat on their faces on Troy of all maps.
Yeah.
Making some of the most just cringe mistakes, honestly. Like, what was that from Best with the shuttle just flying into a turret?
Yeah, it's a little bit uncharacteristic.
And then the only option for Terran was to go for a drop in that last game, and Bisu just leaves everything out on the map? What is happening? Whoa. It's like the pressure was getting to them. Maybe, Snow staring over their shoulder, like burning a hole in the screen with his eyes, was too much for Beasts who are best to handle, and they just they just flopped over in the end.
I mean, it does seem like something like that happened. I mean, both players seemed a lot more flimsy than usual. Yeah, kind of crazy. I mean, it's a tough nut for Snow to swallow, saying that's for damn sure. That's all we can say.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we've run out of time. I've got to get going. This has been an incredibly long week of KCM. I hope you enjoyed this insane series. I think this is one of the best of all time. There's so many games that I'm going to be putting into my best of 2024 pack. It's I think absolutely wild.
I think it's safe to say this has been probably one of the most intense weeks ever. Yeah, like just at least 3 of the games have been like strong contenders of being some of the best games in their own right in terms of how crazy they were, and also the week overall with how much was condensed into it. I think you could argue that that was probably one of the greatest of all time.
So guys, before you go, make sure to do us a little favor. Go down into the description, go over to KCM's channel, make sure to give him a shout out, give him a comment, like, subscribe to his channel. Let him know that you appreciate the English content, and just go drink some water, splash some ice cold water on your face after that one. It's just
take a nap.
Absolute wild. Yeah, take a nap. Drink a beer. I don't know. Lay down in the sun. Just like touch some grass. That's what I'm gonna do right now, guys. Take it easy. Thanks for being here, Shun. It was a blast.
Always, Sam. Thanks, guys.
Ooh, my God.
It does. It almost seems. I mean, some higher power is definitely like changing things up in the world. You know what I mean? Like, having fun with the Matrix or something's going on.
Something is happening. Yeah. What even was that?
I don't know, man, but it was fun.
It was fun. Yeah. Jesus. I'm just making sure that we didn't mess up anywhere here. When did we have to resume the second time? Like, oh yeah, here. Set 2, we had to resume.
Yeah.
Set 3, set 4, set 5, set 5 we had to resume. Set 6, set 7. Set 8. Okay, we're all good. We got everything.
Nice.
Awesome. That was one of the most fun casts I've ever had. That was a great time.
That was really fucking fun.
Post that everywhere. Make sure everybody sees that, because that was way too much fun. Like, anyone who's a fan of Broodwar in just like a tangential sense should see that.
Let's be honest. Most 4-hour casts would usually have you a bit annoyed by the end of it, as in like you'd be kind of thankful that it's over. You'd be kind of thankful that it's over eventually. But that was so exciting. I never once thought about like, fucking hell, it's just taking ages. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like, I was like just enthralled by it,
Yeah, absolutely. So much fun. All right, man, I gotta go. I got things to do.
All right, peace, brother.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Catch you on the flippy flip. All right, guys, hope you enjoyed the cast. I'm gonna go and do some shit because I've got limited time to do so. Love you guys. Hope you enjoyed the cast. I'll see you guys very, very soon. Peace.